Okay. Oh, I'm on. I'm on. We still have a few stragglers. I am just going to wait for the few stragglers who are knocking back their 5th Coke Zero. Who had a good lunch? Just you. Well, I'm glad you had a good lunch because nobody else bothered to answer, but who had a good lunch? Yay, okay, very, very good. So, and to our audience online, we're very sorry, but we trust you had a good lunch, whatever you made for yourself. And so, dear audience, dear speakers, so our audience here at the fabulous Comics Art Museum in Brussels, I have to say as a moderator, this is actually the first time I've moderated in this spectacular venue, and also a very warm welcome to our audience online. First question, very important for those of you in the room. Are your phones on silent? Please check. I love that. I got the nod from you, from one of our speakers from last session. That was a little bit of a spy. Okay. Good afternoon, and a very, very warm welcome on what I think for Brussels, for Belgium, is a very crisp autumn day to this 3-year anniversary event organized and hosted by Forever Green. Now, because you're here, you should know that Forever Green is an alliance of now over 100 manufacturers, designers, brand owners, researchers, and recyclers who want to contribute to a climate-neutral society. I love this, by perfecting the circularity and sustainability of fibre-based packaging. Now, the thrust of our conversations today, I think, is well encapsulated in the title of the event, The Pathway to Circularity, from Guidance to Action. So we're really trying to stick to that at the core of our conversations. Now, we are gathering at this fantastic venue 3 years after the launch of the Forever Green Alliance, and as you all know, it was created with a very, very clear aim to boost the contribution of fibre-based packaging to the circular economy across the entire value chain, so that the sector can contribute to a climate-neutral and sustainable society. And there's a very, very ambitious target at the heart of this, 90% recycling rate for fibre-based packaging by 2030. Now, the Alliance is at a superbly interesting stage of its journey. It's identified its strategic priorities, it's launched 4 topic-targeted work streams, and it's come up with some really excellent outputs for industry as a whole to become more sustainable. And of course, as you all know, because you are the experts, far more than I, this comes at a perfect time because we are slap bang in a period where EU policy is really at the heart of more and more sustainability measures. So it feels like a good moment to celebrate the Alliance's achievements and, of course, pinpoint some of the challenges, perhaps some of the pain points for the sector on the road ahead. Okay, this is a 4-hour event. Don't be terrified. We do have 2 breaks, but it's chunked up into 3 sessions, and they're very, very different. They're complementary, but they have some brilliant speakers. So the idea is to keep you engaged. Now, the other thing is, I want to let you know that you're not just in listening mode. You can make your voices heard at any time on social media. So we have a hashtag. I think it should be, it's not here. Is it here? There. Pathway to Circularity. Please spread your words of wisdom at any point, but also we would like to hear from you, mostly via Slido. So can I ask you to get your phones out and to make sure that you are ready to rock and roll on the Slido app. So I'm going to just move out of the way. Either just click on the QR code. Can you do that? Am I standing in the way? Brilliant. Or go to slido.com and put in that event code. First person to be set up gets a brilliant prize from me. Hands up when you're ready to rock and roll. The lady in blue? Okay. How do I know, though? Prove it. What does it say on your screen? Okay, I believe you. So, tell me when more and more of you, please. I'll set up, because I'm going to test that you are, and also that you're awake, and that you're not going to drop into a sleep after lunch. So, who else is on and ready to rock and roll? Who else is there? Okay, this side of the room, huge gold star. This side of the room, more of a bronze star. I'm going to wait for some of you to catch up. Take a moment. Easy one. We're going to start with a word cloud. Easy one. Which sector do you represent? Which sector do you represent? And of course, those of you online, I hope you are doing exactly the same, getting yourselves set up on Slido, because genuinely, we want to hear from you too. So which sector do you represent? Let's have a look. And as you all know, the Alliance really is a fantastic smorgasbord of stakeholders. So let's see the degree to which we have those stakeholders in the room. Plastic, owner, coatings, corrugated, laboratory. You've got associations here, brand owners here, chemicals companies, coffee. I love that. Is that what you want right now, or you actually do represent that sector? Okay. Dairy, R&D, the brand's chocolate. Okay, let's go to our second one. What's one sustainable habit that you've adopted? Oh, no, your main goal for attending this conference. Sorry, I hadn't got that next. I've got which is one sustainable habit that you've adopted in your life. Can we do that first? Are we able to do that first? Perfect. Let's have a look. One sustainable habit. You may have done many as a word cloud. It's the one time an event. Okay, we taking it out completely? Oh, brilliant. Okay, who's willing to do that in the room? Who's willing to stick their hand up and tell me? One sustainable habit. Leave your phones alone for the moment. I'm looking for 2 volunteers from the room, and a microphone will come to you. Who can tell me what's a sustainable habit they've adopted in their daily life? Come on, you cannot possibly be at this conference if you haven't got something to say. Come on. Yeah, oh, you, of course, a speaker. It has to come down to a speaker. Can we have a microphone here at the front? This gentleman too. So whoever is closest, this gentleman in the checked. Oh, you're walking in a very purposeful way, but without a microphone. That's interesting. There you go. Okay, sorry, you have to be second. Here. You can stand and address this lovely crowd. What is one sustainable habit?
Recycling.
Very good. And I think we know what you will be talking about later. Okay, this gentleman.
Doing all my private travels without flying.
Doing all your private travels without flying. Do you fax yourself to places? Because I think that would be such a good invention. Okay, one more person? Come on. There we go, this lady in blue. And then we had a hand down here. Yes, what is a sustainable habit?
I no longer have a private car. So
You no longer have a... Since when?
4 years.
But do you have a driver who drives you?
I have to say, there's a family car. So we don't have 2 cars in the family anymore, just one. But I
Okay.
travel with public. So.
Okay, thank you. In the front here, Suzanne, I think. And then one more from this side. Come on. Yes.
So I'm trying to buy as many products that are paper packaged as possible. So whenever there's a change for a product I like, I can make, then I do it.
Okay, thank you. As many products that are paper packaged as possible. One last from this side. Come on. Don't look down in embarrassment. People are shrugging their shoulders. Okay. Did you have to push yourself into that? Because no one else would. Okay, thank you.
I think this is a good one. So I do not buy any presents. I buy services to my family, relatives, whomever.
That is a very good one, and it's kind of what I thought about doing this Christmas as well. So yes, it is a very good one. Thank you. All right, should we go to the last one? What's your main goal for attending this conference? Sorry to have caught you on the hop there, Chiara. What's your main goal? Is it the networking? Is it really getting behind the scenes of the latest policy developments, looking at new trends and projects? Is it because the speakers are just really attracted you compared to lots of other events? Or is it because you're really here, this is a celebration, an anniversary celebration, and you're right behind that? Okay. So, I think we will be able to answer your needs with your top choice there, and certainly the networking, both during the event and afterwards. So there we go. Thank you very much. That is it from me. I've done enough talking. There are so many brilliant experts during this event. We're going to start with one now. May I welcome, please, to the stage the For Evergreen Chair, Hans Wortmann, and he's going to officially open this delightful event. A warm welcome, please.
Thank you very much, Katrina. You already caught part of my presentation, but anyway, I'll read you through it. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, a warm welcome to the For Evergreen Alliance event. The title has already been shared, The Pathway to Circularity, from Guidance to Action, and I think that is key critical, and that's the moment where we are today. We are very pleased to have you here today, whether in person in Brussels or joining us virtually from around the world. This event has become a tradition and a reference point for our value chain. But this year is particularly special as, in addition to our usual conference, we are here to celebrate the special occasion, the 3rd anniversary of our alliance. And it's fantastic to see familiar and new faces from everywhere, from around the world, I would say. As suggested by the title of our event, today we aim to make this gathering more than just a series of presentations and discussions. We will look back at our journey so far, acknowledging our achievements and discussions, where do we go from here? I'm honored to have witnessed a significant part of this journey for almost 3 years. In this role of great responsibility that has provided me the opportunity to meet and collaborate with so many incredible individuals around For Evergreen. The achievements of the Alliance, which come on top of their achievements for the Alliance, come on top of their daily job. And it demonstrates their high belief in our mission and the possibility of contributing to a significant change in our sector and the whole industry. All of them have been instrumental in every achievement of For Evergreen, including the production of our protocols and guidelines. Designers, producers, brands, research centers, recyclers, we are all here, and each of us with our own roles, responsibilities, and experiences. Because we are trying to achieve the same, we want to increase the recycling rate for fiber-based packaging. This is an exciting time for Evergreen. We've come a long way, and we're proud of the progress we've made. But we also know that there's still much work ahead of us. We believe in the power of collaboration and the collective impact that we can achieve. Then, shortly about For Evergreen. For those who still don't know us, For Evergreen is a cross-industry alliance with the ambitious objective of perfecting the circularity of fiber-based packaging and contributing to a climate-neutral and sustainable society. We aim to raise the overall recycling rate of fiber-based packaging to 90%. By the year 2030. 3 years ago, we embarked on this ambitious mission to perfect the circularity of fiber-based packaging, and we have already made significant strides. Today, we count more than 100 members, leading companies representing the entire value chain, and this is exactly what makes our alliance unique, and bringing together an entire sector to work for a common purpose. As we know, the political and market reality today is very different than when we started in 2019, 2020, when the idea of what would become For Evergreen first started to come together. From then on, the Alliance has grown alongside the far-reaching EU Green Deal, unveiled by the European Commission just a few months before For Evergreen was set up. Our industry is constantly growing and innovating to make sure fiber-based packaging stays the most recyclable material by volume in Europe. With the packaging and packaging waste regulation on the horizon, we are at a historical moment both for our sector and Europe as a whole. There is a real opportunity to build upon our already high recycling rate, to strengthen an approach whereby designers continue to create new packaging products and innovations with recyclability at the core. And, perhaps most importantly, to set ambitious targets so that used fiber-based products are properly collected, sorted, to reach the right final recycling facility and stay in the material loop. The worldwide demand for fiber-based packaging is growing in response to the increased commitment of retailers and brand owners to circular solutions, and the ambitious targets aimed at driving a sustainable transition of the packaging value chain. At the same time, consumers are more conscious of the environmental implications of their choices. To answer these requests, at Forever Green, we are working to provide a reliable European toolbox that will equip our industry to tackle the sustainability challenge and make the right choices. Now, after 3 years of intense work, we have a first set of resources that is open to everyone. It is now the turn of companies, partners, public authorities to use them and continue paving the way to Europe's green future. In the coming months, one of our primary objectives will be to ensure that our industry not only recognizes but also maximizes the use of these tools. Already we see collaboration among our members on various initiatives aimed at improving recycling outcome. Today, you will have the opportunity to hear about 5 of these initiatives, which we have named Circularity Success Stories. These stories exemplify how our industry can transform challenges into opportunities, turning our targets into reality, with our industry toolbox playing a pivotal role in fostering circularity. However, that's not all. During our event today, we will guide you through our remarkable cross-industry journey, showcasing how this diverse group collaborates towards a common ambitious goal, what we have accomplished so far, and what our next steps will be. Finally, we want to create an open and honest dialogue that goes beyond showcasing our work. Our panel of experts will tackle the real challenges and opportunities in our industry, exploring how we can contribute to a greener Europe as the demand for fiber-based packaging continues to grow, both in terms of volume and sustainability requirements. And with that, having said, I would like to pass the floor back to Katrina, who will guide us through today and give you some insight, guide us through today's insightful discussions. I wish you an enjoyable event.
Thank you. Before I forget, for those coming to the stage at any point in this event, treacherous stairs, okay? Please be careful. It is for people with feet the size of fairies, hence me going sideways. Do not break your necks. Very important. One thing I would like to just pick up on before I introduce our next speakers to the stage. I'm going to quote you there. We heard there that we believe in the power of cooperation. And when I met all the speakers online before, I really did pick up on what I think is quite a unique enthusiasm within this alliance. Every single sector I moderate believes in the power of cooperation and collaboration. It's the red thread through everything. But this alliance seems particularly to be walking the talk. When you say there are so many incredible individuals, just in 2 sentences, define for you what makes them incredible, because that's a big word to use.
Well, I think what is for me striking is that so many people that are experts in their field come and share within the alliance their knowledge to try and get the alliance into the next phase. So the cooperation and the openness in which we share what we have with all the ultimate goal to increase the recyclability is really fantastic. And there's a number of great people in this room that really drive this alliance. It's not the secretariat only, it's not the chair or the co-chair, it is the whole group that wants to move forward.
Who in this room does share that feeling of enthusiasm for this alliance, apart from the lovely speakers who I met? Put your hands up if you have particular pride in this that's part of your life. Okay, so well done to all you incredible individuals. I think that's a very, very nice compliment. Warm thanks to you, Hans. You can take your seat and enjoy the show. Ah, look, he's dropping like a gazelle off the side of the stage. He does not trust the stairs. Okay, we're about to move into our first session, and I'm very pleased about this because I get to sit with 4 women, which I can tell you, in the Brussels bubble, is very, very rare. I normally have manels, as we call them. But before I introduce them to the stage, I'm going to make sure you're still alive and awake. Here you go, quiz time. Let's see whether you really know what you're talking about, everybody. So can you have a look again in Slido? We have a couple of questions for you. Are you really the expert that you say you are? Have a look at the first question. According to the latest Eurostat data, what is the recycling rate of fibre-based packaging? Oh, clang. That was a great moment. Take a moment. Can we see the answers, or 81, 82.5, or 70? If we can't see the answers, who's prepared to speak up? Suzanne. What is the recycling rate of fibre-based packaging according to Eurostat data? And we will probably hear you without a microphone. 82.5. Who would have said that? Be honest. Okay, the incredible individuals have shrunk to 50% in this room, I would now say. Okay, there you go, 52%. I was right, were correct. All right, let's have a look at the other one. Which law, which piece of legislation had just got the green light when Forever Green was born 3 years ago? Which piece of legislation? Waste Framework Directive, Single-Use Plastics Directive, Eco-Design Directive, or the Circular Economy Action Plan? I can see people sweating with stress in the audience. Who is an expert? I'm going to call upon one of you in the front row again. Would either of our other two lovely ladies about to ascend the stage like to give us the answer? Okay, what's the answer? Nobody dares say? There's a lot of blank faces. Oh, it's not working. Okay, who? Tell me. SUP, single-use plastic. Who would have put that? Who tried to put that in? Okay, the incredible people are shrinking by the poll. Okay, thank you very much. Let us now get stuck in. We're going to go a bit more behind the scenes of the Alliance. We're going to take you on a journey. There are 4 fabulous female navigators to take you on that journey. I'm going to ask them now to come to the stage. Please join me, Suzanne Haase, the Forever Green Programme Director. Please take a seat next to me. Also, we have Regina Knoll. She is a Manager Global Paper Portfolio EMEA at West Rock. Please take the orange chair. That matches your dress. We also have Maria Holopainen, who is Business Lead on the Circular Economy Stora Enso. Warm welcome to you. It's a little bit tight to get by on the stage. And Gabriella Tomolilo, who is Communications Integration Manager at Tetra Pak. Now they are all here, you can give them a very warm round of applause, please. Okay, for clarity's sake, for you lovely people in the room and those of you online, for this particular session, in the interest of time and to keep things punchy, we won't take questions, but we will in the next session when we have a panel discussion, and likewise in the last session for the success stories. But I want to give these ladies ample time to sort of tell us more, because this is the starting point. What I asked you first of all, which I don't think you were so keen on, I said in a few sentences, say who you are and what gets you up in the morning in your day job. What's that focus of your day job?
So I'm Susanne Haase. I'm the Program Director of the Alliance, and basically it's the Alliance and the project that's getting me up every day at 8:30, starting in my office.
And you have to hold it here because you've got very quietly spoken. What's your favorite part of your job? What's the favorite bit of it?
Well, it's the collaboration with the members and preparing the meetings, enabling them to make progress.
And being honest, what makes you pull your hair out?
Well, there is a lot of different opinions, a lot of different perspectives, a lot of dynamics in the project. So to balance that out, that is a real challenge. But I have a lot of support from my chairs, and the co-leads.
Okay, who are you and what do you do in your day job?
So, good afternoon to everyone. My name is Regina Knoll. I'm from Westrock, and I'm managing the global paper portfolio, which we sell in EMEA, so Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And part of my daily job is really to arm all our sales colleagues, customer service colleagues, with the right strategic approach and also with the proper marketing tools to enhance the footprint we have within Europe.
Thank you. And I would agree that the two go hand in hand. You can't have the tools if you haven't got the right strategy and marketing approach in the first place,
Exactly.
when you disseminate those tools. Over to you, please, Maria.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Maria Holopainen from Stora Enso. And in my daily work, I look into circular solutions across the whole value chain. So starting with circular product design, then building on collection, sorting, and recycling solutions so that we would have fully circular packaging end of its lifetime.
And what makes you happy in your day job? Not existentially, in your day job.
I would say the wicked circular challenges that we are trying to crack. So it's not easy, and that makes it fun.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, please, Gabriella.
Oh, hi, Gabriella Tomolillo. My day job is Communications Integration Manager, which means I work between the business units, our business units, and our markets at Tetra Pak. I am basically, let's say, ensuring that our teams on the markets have the right communication assets and tools in order to deliver on their objectives and their priorities. I'm covering sustainability, of course, editorial content, PR, and crisis. So that is my day job.
Okay, a lot. And what would make you go home and drink 3 gin and tonics on the trot because you would have had something very stressful happen?
Yeah, when our ways of working don't work. So that is something that, we're really focused on as well, is ensuring efficiencies in ways of working. Yep.
Okay. All right. So I said that these lovely ladies are going to take you behind the scenes. What we decided is that each of them is going to talk about a chapter of this journey. So they're going to do this fabulous elevator pitch from here of their part, or to take under their wing one part of the chapter, and then I'm going to have you again all back here, and we're just going to have a little chat about some of the key things that you're going to bring up in those openings. So Suzanne, I'm going to invite you first, if I may. You've got the norming and storming phase. You've got the very beginning. So important that we should hear about that.
Yeah. Well, thank you. First, thank you for having me. It's really a pleasure to see all of you. We meet each other online, almost with some of you on a daily basis. It's really nice to see you face to face and in person. So, I was asked to come up with 3 key points. They should be up there. So the first chapter is defined by harness the ambition, build on consensus, and then create trust and confidence. I think this is really what, in my view, is shaping that first year of the Alliance. So when looking back, where does the Forever Green journey begin? Well, it all began with a shared ambition of several companies across the entire value chain for fiber-based packaging. The goal? To take action and to contribute to building a more circular economy. So the value chain was ready and willing, but it was lacking a platform to collaborate, a space to discuss the challenges and find solutions together. And Forever Green really came in to fill that gap. And I think because it was so sitting rightly in the moment of time, it has rapidly gained popularity. And at the end of the first year, we had already grown to 55 active members that has joined that noble cause. Then when we embarked on our journey, the first big task that we had to tackle was to find a common goal to unify our efforts. And I can honestly say that this wasn't an easy thing to do. First of all, we didn't have an established structure. And then secondly, the COVID pandemic meant that our members were only able to meet online. Yet the determination to bring this project forward was high enough, and we managed to agree on a common target, which is, you have heard it already a couple of times, but it's always worth repeating, to reach a 90% recycling rate for fiber-based packaging by 2030. Then in November 2020, almost exactly 3 years ago, we were able to officially launch this alliance. And we were really delighted that this launch was endorsed by the European Commissioner for the Environment, Mr. Virginia Sinkiewicz. And this really confirmed that the political will behind our efforts was justified and just came in time. I hope you can still hear me. There is some noise going on. So the political support was there, and then the next step we had to take was that we had to ensure that our big idea would actually happen. So based on the research that we had done internally, the members decided to focus on 4 key areas. Number 1, circularity by design guidelines. Number 2, the recyclability evaluation protocol for fiber-based packaging. 3, guidelines for improved collection and sorting of fiber-based packaging across Europe. And then, last but not least, innovation. By defining that, we concluded the norming and storming phase and paved the way to work on our tools and deliverables.
Thank you. Thank you. And we will... Interesting that you talk there about political will. We'll have a kind of, I think we will see to what extent the political will is still there. You were pleased. If you had to have one tip for managing, and I mean a one-sentence answer, one tip for managing to build that trust and to build that consensus with very disparate stakeholders, what does it need? Alcohol or something else? Just one sentence. What do you think is the key ingredient?
Transparency.
Okay.
You really have to make sure that everyone is understanding what's happening and that there is no internal cabinet ruling the project.
Okay. All right. You're going to have to be super elevator pitch style, my good people, okay? No more than 2 minutes to tell us the next stages of the chapter, because I have lots more questions and I won't have time to ask them. So, over to you, please, Regina. Tell us, you're going to talk about building the toolbox. We heard there the ground is laid, the structure was established, coming up with the common goal, building trust, the 4 work streams, of which the innovation really nicely nourishes the 3 technical work streams. So what happened then to build this toolbox? The next 2 minutes are yours. No pressure.
Thank you. I don't feel any pressure. So, good afternoon again. Thanks to Susanne's words, the scene was set, and now the hard work started to begin. In 2021, the structure was defined, and for evergreen experts then really started to work on the guidelines in order to create an impactful toolbox to help our industry to perfect the circularity of fiber-based packaging. I'm pretty sure that you are now wondering how do we do that? We created 5 work streams, and each of these work stream, so to say, works or serves as an engine of progress to also help for Evergreen to coordinate effectively as the association is, thanks to you all, still growing. Each work stream represent experts coming from various parts of the industry. So you could imagine that reaching consensus is not always that easy, especially as members come from different corners of the industry. This includes pulp, paper, recycling, packaging, retail, brand ownership, waste management, research, and also startups. Nevertheless, this approach has been shown very impactful. So in 2022, so last year, we were really able to kick off and launch our first versions of game-changing tools within the industry. So I think you also might think what makes those tools that outstanding. And it's really their foundation in cross-industry. It's expert-led research and also a robust database, yeah? And overall also very extensive testing in collaboration with well-known consulting agencies, but also research institutes. However, I think all this is, not I think, it's definitely so, all this would not be possible with the great commitment and the work you all do sitting in this room, and I think it's also worth saying that is on top of your daily job. So also from our side, many, many thanks for your great commitment, and last but not least, I think this only happens also with a very efficient working structure within For Evergreen. Thank you.
And I think an excellent point to bring up that you do all of this alongside your day jobs, which in themselves are already, I would imagine, incredibly demanding. Just before I move on, you talked about outstanding and game-changing tools. 2 sentences, sorry. What's your favorite game-changing tool? Ha! Sorry.
That's a difficult question. To be honest, I would really say that, and we come to this later, all guidelines from the various work streams are really game-changing tools for the entire industry. Yeah? And I think it has been already said, also the great collaboration. I mean, you think just of different member companies of the whole value chain, and I think it's really amazing that we all work together in a very constructive and great way.
Okay, so all of those work streams have equal value and in fact can't really exist as standalone in any case, can they? They all feed into each other and off each other. So tell us, so we're moving a little bit more into the Alliance today, and then we're going to look forward. So a couple of minutes, Maria, for you. Tell us where things are at, why are we gathered here, how do things look? It all seems pretty happy, but hard work so far. What's now?
Indeed. So let's have a look at where are we now. We already heard that For Evergreen has changed quite a bit over the last years. In the beginning, we were 55 members, and now we have more than doubled that figure. So isn't that quite something? Besides that, we have more than or almost 400 experts working in our work streams. So this is what I would call perfecting circularity together. Meanwhile, we also know that it's been quite a journey. It was only last year when we had our first physical meeting ever. And before that, all meetings were done virtually, meaning that there was always a screen in front of us, or even sometimes between us. So luckily, we have come far from those days, And now we can also have face-to-face meetings. Like the one we will have here in Brussels tomorrow, where the work streams can advance the progress, what comes to the work streams and the deliverables. In terms of where the work streams are now, they are updating the deliverables and extending the scope beyond standard mill or recycling in standard mills, also looking into de-inking and specialized mills, while covering various types of packaging formats. At the same time, our dedicated workstream on information is working then to communicate our progress, both internally and also externally. With the different communication assets and various channels, we will do our best to increase awareness about fibre-based packaging and circularity related to it. We will engage with our key target audiences, what comes to the industry, the whole value chain of fibre-based packaging, and then also the policymakers. We're using diverse tools and various channels to convey for Evergreen's message in fresh and engaging way. Until now, there has been more than 8,000 downloads what comes to our publications and more than 100,000 visitors on our webpage. And I think the way is just forward. So that's the beginning. So when we think about the years that we have traveled together, it's been quite extraordinary. The world has been more or less closed. And still, we believed in the future and our capabilities in contributing to solving the circular challenges. And this is just the beginning.
Thank you. So here's my slightly cheeky question for you, Maria. When you finally met these people in person and not online, did you go, oh my God, really? That's what you're like? Or it was just, such a relief after all of that time in front of screens? Go on, be honest.
I have to say that at least I was personally a little bit in shock just to see people. Okay. So it wasn't about for Evergreen, but it was such a long time being isolated behind your screen. So until getting used to face-to-face interaction.
Yeah, and seriously, such an achievement to have set all of that up, and the statistics there, you've more than doubled, the member organizations, hundreds of experts, really quite something to do all of that online. So, obviously, this is a very evolving alliance. It's a live thing. Tell us a little bit, Gabriella, if you will, about what you're looking towards. Thank you so much.
So I'm the future. And it's clear from what we've heard that we have reached a lot, but more is to come. Our deliverables are dynamic, living documents, and in the upcoming months, they're going to be updated and expanded as our knowledge within the industry progresses. So one of our key focuses moving forward will be to spread the knowledge about these tools so that the whole industry recognizes and uses them to increase circularity and reach our goals of 90% recycling rate in Europe within the fibre-based packaging industry. We're confident that our guidelines and protocols, a result of the entire fibre-based packaging value chains collaboration, will serve as the foundation and knowledge for policymakers and legislators who are today shaping future legislation on recyclability, collection, sorting, and the principles of circularity by design. Finally, in this shared journey towards a more sustainable future, we aim not only to make a difference in our own industry, but also to inspire others. Today, we can create a ripple effect of positive change across sectors, driving a collective shift towards sustainability and a better and brighter future for us all. And that's the future.
That was interesting because I was scribbling then, I was thinking, I must ask her at the end of this, does she think that this sector could be a model for other sectors. And then your very last sentence was that you are indeed creating a ripple effect. I mean, do you think this alliance is a model that could and should be applied in other sectors that are on this journey?
Yeah, definitely. I think that, you know, as a, like what we're creating today as well, is a foundation, so a platform as well, to be a reference, to create industry standards, to create, you know, as a platform also for future sustainability goals. Another thing as well, looking forward, it's not just about sustainability goals, but really, you know, a platform to share best practices, to share expertise, and a level playing field as well between all members of the, you know, all operators within the fibre-based industry. A level playing field also when it comes to, for example, you know, engaging with, and we see as well this gets more technical, but engaging with, for example, and towards other types of packaging materials with SEN when it comes to standardization of design for recycling criteria. So these are, you know, it's this platform, it's this sharing, it's where members can turn to as well for advice and, you know, in order to progress together. So, yeah.
And the reason also actually why I asked, because talking from the consumer or possibly the average consumer point of view, what I notice is that sometimes the conversations in the public arena and the media are not as nuanced as they need to be in this green transition. And I think it's helpful that there is a greater understanding of the relative merits, how everything fits together, how all of these different manufacturers and producers fit together in this very no one silver bullet approach. And that's why I ask. But we have barely 5 minutes, so I'm only going to ask you all one question each, or you decide which question you want to answer. I don't mind. I think I would like to come back to you, Suzanne, and ask just, is there anything that there are lots of alliances out there. I think you've spoken very highly. Is there anything else that makes this particular alliance unique?
There is a lot of things that are making this alliance unique, but I think one thing is really it's the boldness to just go for it, to conquer the uncharted territory that we are conquering. And I think this is it's also about taking a risk, you know, because we cannot be certain that we will be successful, but it's about reassuring us every day that we are doing the right thing and going in the right direction. And even if there is a moment when we feel it's impossible, that we just keep on going.
And from sort of a behind-the-scenes insight for you, you know, you see all these people in meetings and finally face-to-face. Is there any little anecdote that you can share with us of a moment that you know, was a good moment, a tricky moment, an unusual moment, a funny moment? What sort of insight from your personal perspective could you share?
Yeah, well, there was many moments, I have to say, but if I would pick one, apart from all the great technical work that we are doing in this alliance, I think it's also, we are building a common language, something like a common view on life. And also, it's sometimes about terms. You know, you think terms are set and everyone understands the same thing, you know, what a decision, for example, could be. And then we have realized that for some members, a decision is something that's really put in stone, a very formal act, while for other members, it's rather something like an offer, a starting point. Sure. Yeah. So we also have set up some sort of an operational glossary, you know, to have the same idea about the same term.
I love this story. I love this story because it's so true, isn't it? The nuances and the realities of the differences, the specificities of different cultures, different, you know, stakeholders within that sector. You know, let's just not take it for granted that is a word that is understood in the same way by everybody. It's A great, very detailed nuance, so important. Regina, you've been, with the Alliance since almost the beginning. I'm open to what you'd like to answer. Either, why are the tools so valuable to industry, if that's something you'd like to answer, or if there's one technical area that you think, because the purpose that we're here is also to say industry more widely, please, for God's sake, use the toolbox, the tools that come out of all this hard work.
If you don't mind, maybe I just highlight the guidelines from each of the work stream, and also encourage you to use those guidelines and part of the toolbox, so which definitely, hopefully, helps you also in your daily life. So, as already mentioned, we created in total 5 work streams, and 4 of work streams, they are dedicated to technical issues. Work stream 1 is building a recyclability evaluation protocol, which really, at the end of the day, should help us to find solutions being suitable for efficient recycling. Workstream number 2 is circularity by design guidelines. I think also a very important one, and it's a series of different guidelines which also should help to provide recommendations on the packaging and material design for efficient recycling from the start on. And then we have workstream 3, it's collection and sorting guidelines. Also, these guidelines provide an overview of existing systems, but also recommendations for enhancing the collection and sorting at the different stages. And last but not least, I think also a very important one is workstream 4, which focuses on innovation. Mm-hmm. So it's really to help increase the circularity of fiber-based packaging. Mm-hmm. So again, I encourage you to look into those guidelines and please also use them.
You mentioned 5 work streams.
Yeah, work stream 5, thank you, is communication, and I would think we all are part of it and represent it.
Here's the communicators, and you'd left that one out. Okay.
Yeah, but I also need to say there are 2 working groups. Working group 1 is communication, and working group 2 is about advocacy.
I think it's very interesting because, as I mentioned, and you all know it better than I, we're at this point where there's very stringent EU policy under, overarching EU Green Deal. And it is helpful and healthy for you as a sector to be ahead of the curve, because if you have to run and catch up with the tsunami of legislation, you are in a very, very poor position. So it's very interesting to see how strategic this is and how very targeted. Maria, 3 years after the foundation, I did say this is a celebratory event and we were looking at achievements. Can you pinpoint maximum 2 achievements where you feel, God damn it, we did that really well, that made me happy, and I'm very proud?
Well, first, I think it was the sort of solution that we came up with after quite a long discussion what comes to whether we should call it enhanced or special mill. And I believe that's a great achievement and relates to what Susan lifted about coming up with a glossary. So it's not enough that we talk, but we also need to understand each other. And for that, we need a common vocabulary. So I see that we have come up with common vocabulary in a very sort of important areas, and there is still like a way ahead of us. And we need to come up with more words that we understand in a common way. But we have good examples of those that we have already been able to crack. So I think that was 2.
Thank you very much. And let me come to Gabriella. I think, you touched upon there saying, it is a living creature. It's very dynamic. If you had to perhaps be more specific about the way that the Alliance might have to evolve, it might have to develop, you've got these very ambitious goals. Is there anything else that you would add there?
So I mean, we have ambitious goals, and what we need, or what we see as well for the future, we have to complete, you know, we have deliverables, we've reached a really good point. We have to complete these deliverables, so they have to cover for all the different mill types. That is work, that's the future. That still has to be done. And that, I believe, you know, even if we have, you know, we're discussing also recycling technologies and innovations, etc., when it comes to recycling technology. These have to become, we need to have the deliverables in place, and it's a bit like I used the analogy. You know, this is us setting the highway code. My daughter is learning to drive just now. This is like setting the highway code so that you have everything in place. Whether you be on a motorway or on a normal road, you follow the same rules. You have the same driving test. It's a different driving test than I sat when I was, you know, sitting my driving test. You have to do a theory test nowadays. But this is what we, you know, we need this in place in order to move forward as an industry. We will have to update it as well, keep it updated. That's what I was talking about before when I was on the lectern. We have to keep it updated, just as, you know, for road safety, you have to keep the highway codes updated. So this I see as, you know, moving forward, what we have to do. So, yeah.
Okay. So a last question, and I'm going to go, yep, it needs to be, because I want to keep to time, because we've got quite a lot of ground to cover in this event. So you'll need to keep this beautifully short to a few sentences, and I'm going to ask the same thing for our audience and for our audience online. If you had to paint a picture of the Alliance, could be a thing, an animal, an object, anything, just in a couple of sentences, for you, what is it?
Well, you know, when people say something is impossible to do, they say it's like herding cats.
Herding cats, yeah, that's such a lovely phrase.
So I'm always thinking about the Alliance as a group of cats. You know, sometimes laying near the fireplace, purring, and then in the next moment they are going wild, chasing a dry leaf.
Okay.
But they are graceful, self-contained, determined to get what they want.
Okay, so who in the audience sees themselves as a beautiful little purring cat with no claws out at all? Who is the feral one by the fireplace? Okay, they're not revealing it. For you, a couple of sentences, please. What animal, what object, what picture? If you have it on a canvas, what would be there?
I don't have an animal.
No?
No, I don't. I would like to use classic music and the Four Seasons from Vivaldi.
That's nice.
I think at the end of the day, you might think that each season forms an independent picture, as all the 4 great technical tools we offer within Forever Green. I don't think it's like this. Yeah, if all those 4 seasons or 4 technical work streams would not work together and collaborate and build a whole, yeah, all of this what we now presented would not happen, yeah. So it only works together, and I think the association is a good example.
I think that's a lovely one. So the 4 seasons. 4 seasons. Very nice. Very, very classy. Maria?
I'm thinking of an object, Rubik's Cube. You know, the small, colorful puzzle, like originally from Europe. It's complex, but it has inspired people all around the world. And I hope Forever Green will follow the footsteps of Rubik's Cube.
Yeah, I like that. And it's colorful. And after all that complexity, it all slots into place, does it not? Yes. Okay, last for you. What analogy or what picture would you paint on a canvas?
Yeah, so what I can see is we're rowing. We're in rowing boats on the Thames, on the flat surface. And we're all rowing towards a common destination. So that's my, let's say, analogy or my vision of Forever Green.
With a lot of along the serpentine,
yeah,
or just
we're going in the same
water?
direction, so yeah.
It's all very okay. Can we just try, just before, we're shortly going to go into a break, although I have something important to announce before it. How would you describe the Alliance I'm just having a look at Chiara, checking that that's possible. Yep, how would you describe it? Classical music, beautiful boat, hand in the water, Rubik's Cube, a cat, feral or otherwise? How would you? Interesting words come up? Okay. An inn. Big. Okay, you can see behind you and also in front. Kol tog inn. Interesting. An inn. Everybody's jumping on an inn. Do you drink a lot of alcohol in your meetings? No, wait, a hostel, yeah. Yeah, it's gin. Somebody's done, you're absolutely right. Somebody's done a little bit of a typo. It's gin. Inn. Do you have a nice sleep part way through? You know, nice bit of glühwein. Warm and cozy, come on. Big. A big inn. Okay, fun. It's not working, is it? We're just not lucky here. Do you know what? I think it's good to leave it at a fun big inn. It's a fun big inn. I think that's okay. For whom does that resonate, fun big inn? Okay, we will leave it there. Right, please use the toolbox. That's the message from this. We're going to take a short break in a moment, but this session is dedicated to articulating the Forever Green journey, but it is a very fitting precursor to the official launch of the 3rd anniversary report. A hell of a lot of work, as I understand it, has gone into the drafting of this report, so please make sure you get your hands on it. There are printed copies available at the event. You can access the report online. You don't have to read it all in the upcoming coffee break. We won't make you do that, okay? But please do give it the attention it merits, okay? A lot of sweat, blood, and tears has gone into it. How do you feel? One word, now the report is launched.
Great and good.
Great and good. Great and good, the good and the great. And you?
Great.
Good and great.
Inspired.
Inspired. And for you?
Yeah, a sense of achievement.
Sense of achievement, absolutely. Okay, so please do get your hands on that. And now, for all of you in the room and for all of you online, a very short break. Can I please, we've only been in this room less than an hour, so we're going to give you a shorter break, and then after the next panel discussion, we're going to give you a longer break. So let's please stick to 15 minutes. If you have the oomph, but please find the oomph, there is a presentation going on there on work stream 2. You articulated the work streams, the Circularity by Design guidelines, so the co-leads of that work stream are in that room. You can also snap yourself in the photo booth. Take a picture for posterity. That is over there at the back, or you can just stand around looking lovely. We don't mind. We will herd you like cats back into this room after 15 minutes for a 75-minute panel discussion when, and that was your priority, we will talk more about the policy that is impacting this sector and what is driving you to perfect circularity and all the rest that goes with it. But can you give a very, very warm round of applause, please, to our lovely speakers? Do get your hands on a report, do get your hands on coffee, and for those of you online, do download the report. It is available. Enjoy. See you back here shortly. See you back in front of your screens in 15 minutes. For those of you online, I'm not sure if I'm looking at this camera or this camera, so I'm going to look at both. Thank you very much. Small poll. Who had more than one petit four? Who ate more than one small cake? And that was accompanied by some very, was that guilt? Was that guilt or was that pay? Yeah. Who had the square one with the caramel bit inside it? The very neat square one. It was so good. It was giving me a shot of sugar. Thank you very much for joining. Sorry? Oh, I thought somebody shouted something. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. Hello to our lovely speakers. Welcome back to all of you who are joining us online and to all of you here in this room for this 3-year celebration of the Forever Green Alliance. You've heard the journey. I think even if you knew nothing about the Alliance and you'd been in that first session, you would have gone away with a very, very clear picture of what it's all about. Some of the challenges that were overcome. I love these stories about finding a common terminology and not taking for granted words that we think as simple as decision-making, and all of those different obstacles and pitfalls and all of those things of which the Alliance is most proud. Now we're going to dig a little bit deeper into some of the details. Why is it so important to spread the word? Why is it so important for industry to use the toolbox? What's at stake? Because action is all. So we have 4 very different players here with me on stage, and we're going to explore what is framing the need for action, the bigger picture, also policy-wise. We're looking at some of the key ingredients that industry needs to move from the guidance to, let's say, even more action. And also we're going to explore a little bit the responsibility of the diverse stakeholders across the value chain in this transition to a climate neutral and sustainable society. Now, before I introduce you, you've got that horrible task of sitting and smiling at the audience before they even know who you are. Let's do a poll. Let's see if we're lucky now and that the technology works. Okay? So we went from fun, big, in. That was the last few words that we had, which I still think is great. And now we're asking, what is the key to action for you? There's all sorts of things that need to happen. But if you had to pick one, what would it be? Is it all about the definitions in EU policy? Is it all about enhancing inclusivity even more across the value chain? No. That's for our first speaker. There we go. Is it about sharing best practice and also less good practice? Is it about innovating and innovating and innovating? There's some really good stories from this sector. Sharing data more openly, or getting more mechanisms so that industry can really take up those guidelines and make good use of them. So what's the key to action? Let's just let that settle a moment. I'm sure we're going to pick up on these areas. Is our panel surprised at what's coming out at the moment? More collaboration and inclusivity, and then this demand of policy. Are you surprised at that? Would you have picked those? Yeah? Okay, so I'm going to do the same for you. We have 4 lovely speakers here. We have the Forever Green co-chair, Sarah Price. We have the Director General of the European Brands Association, AIM, Michelle Gibbons. We have between them the thorn between 2 roses, or the rose between 2 thorns, who knows, Tamid Chowdhury, who is Programme Manager at the Cambridge Institute for Sustainability Leadership. And here on my left we have Arnas Liausk-Minas. I didn't do it well, did I?
Not bad.
Oh, that's just awful. Who is attaché for the environment at the permanent representation of Lithuania to the EU. Right, I'm going to do the same thing for you, but even less sentences. Tell these good people what you do in your day job. What is your main focus? When you get up in the morning, what are you focusing on?
Well, it's already a hard question because if I need to explain what I'm doing in my daily life to my friends, usually they don't understand and they don't have a clue because mostly I have either to listen or to write. because usually we're participating in working parties in the council. In other time, I'm just researching, probably as Tamit is doing, and also I'm meeting the stakeholders from whom I get a lot of good information, and then you are coming back to your national capital. So that's how the morning looks like. The morning looks like with
Oh, that's just the morning?
Usually, the days are so busy that sometimes you even forget, is it Monday, Tuesday, or already Friday? And yeah.
You downplayed very much the researching part there. You went just researching. I think he would disagree with you on that. I don't think we should proceed researching with just, but good Lord, you have a lot going on in your day. Michelle, are you as busy?
Yes, I think we are all very busy these days. So I run AIM, the European Brands Association, representing the views, opinions, positions as a stakeholder to the EU institutions on a variety of issues for the branded consumer goods industry. A number of people in this audience will know AIM also because we also have a similar alliance, which is the Holy Grail Digital Watermarks Initiative, which is a specific initiative looking at technology, innovation, across the value chain, collaboration, inclusivity, all of these points. These are issues that we're looking at, we're putting in place. We have trials on a specific technology. So we can come back and talk about that later.
And I've been reading some of your position papers, and particularly in this arena, I think you are very clear where you sit as an industry in a very helpful position along the value chain. I mean, you can have impact upstream, downstream. I mean, there is a lot of influence that you can have, not least with the consumer.
Exactly. A lot of influence, a lot of responsibility.
Yes.
And we do have that responsibility towards consumers who, of course, I mean, what I say basically is that with the brands that we have, we are in pretty much every household in Europe. So that comes with great influence and great responsibility.
You almost quoted Spider-Man there, didn't you? You almost said, with great power comes great responsibility, but it is true. Tamid, you have a lot of hats. You've written a book. You present widely on policy making. Tell us just in a few sentences, your day job also sounds quite diverse.
Yeah, sure, and lovely to be here. My name is Tamid, so I work at the Cambridge Institute for Sustainability Leadership. Worth saying we have an office in Brussels, so I do live here. It was a commute with the 29 bus, not the Eurostar.
Okay.
So essentially what we do here in Brussels is bringing together the more progressive side of businesses to advocate on sustainability policy. For me, looking a bit closer on circular economy. So just to give a quick example, bringing these businesses together, let's look a bit future of what are the big topics? So we did a report on critical raw materials and circularity. What are the elements there? How can we influence policy for the better? And we're doing a short report coming soon on the social elements, the inclusive jobs, and how you can build that when building a European circular economy.
Yeah, so really drilling down into some of these buzzwords. What does that actually mean in practice? So it isn't just research, is it? I think we can safely say. Sarah, did that for Evergreen co-chair, was there anything that these fabulous ladies, who really told that story, anything for you that was missing there? Anything that you would like to say, what about that? Or did they cover all of the bases?
No, I think they did a fabulous job covering all the aspects in a very engaging, interesting way. So even for someone like me who's been involved in the Forever Green nearly since the beginning, I really enjoyed listening to the presentation and following along the stories and the personal touch that they gave to that description. It's great.
So a lot of that must have resonated. And your day-to-day job?
So my day-to-day job is driving forward the sustainability strategy for SAPI, paper company. And really working on strategy, implementation, and helping and guiding the company to advance incrementally on its own sustainability journey, which of course includes circularity, but is really not limited to that.
Yes, and I think
we're working across many, many aspects. So maybe that's my morning job, and then my afternoon job is working with Forever Green, giving support to the Secretariat and helping work together with Hans in our chair roles to really provide some strategic oversight and support to the continued acceleration of the Alliance.
Okay. Thank you very much. What we're going to do, so that we definitely finish in an hour, is to give you a chance, Tamid, to just frame. I mean, you know, you talked a little bit about the research that you're doing and the reports. So I've asked you to just take sort of 5 or 6 minutes to frame this conversation. And we have this here, this infographic. So please, if that's where you would prefer to speak from, you are most welcome. And may I remind all our speakers, you need to hold your mics really here, because the acoustics, I'm struggling up here to hear you all, so keep your mics super close. Thank you.
Yeah, hopefully you can hear me.
And don't speak too fast.
Sure thing, thank you. It's a note for us native speakers. So just as a quick framing, I wanted to look at a couple of different elements. One thing I really notice being in the Brussels bubble is how quickly we can jump into circularity, fibre-based packaging, etc. So a broad point that I think is important is looking at, well, why are we even doing this? And I think we do know that, but perhaps we forget to actually look at it when we have these conversations. So we have the European Green Deal, we have our need to address climate change. There isn't a plan B. It is critical that we do this. And sustainability, circular economy plays a key part in that. The way that the European Commission has set this out is looking at it through, we have the European Green Deal, we have the Circular Economy Action Plan, and this is a critical way to deal with this issue. You can look at different statistics, but broadly, say the Ellen MacArthur Foundation would say you can deal with climate change through, say, 55% through energy policies and addressing that side. But the rest you really need to do, the 45% around that, through actually tackling how we use materials, how we can reuse, etc. And that's where the circularity really comes in. So there is a reason that we're talking about this, why when we're looking at really interesting different ways of creating products like doing it through fiber packaging, that we are looking at it with that frame in mind. So just an important thing to remember as we go on with this discussion and the rest of what we have to say for the rest of the day. I do also want to touch upon what we mean by circularity. And again, we're in a room with pretty informed people here. And yet, I think it's important to look at it a bit more broadly. One of the things that I really enjoy in my role is that I get to get a bit more of a step back. And right here, it's fabulous and it's really inspiring to see that through fiber-based packaging, we can have these really ambitious targets when it comes to recycling. And having a 90% goal is really inspiring. And I think we heard from that earlier in the day. At the same time, when we're talking about circularity, it might be recycling for, say, packaging here, but we need to remember that it is about the wider ecosystem of how we can look at how we create products, how we use the materials, how we keep the value in the value chain for as long as possible, and hopefully reintroduce it as easy as well. So what that means is when we're talking about, say, the packaging and packaging waste regulation in the wider framework of the Circular Economy Action Plan, there are different elements that we have. Sometimes, there's a debate on reuse versus recycling. And the honest answer is that it's very hard from a systems level to really define what the best approach is. My personal opinion, can we look at the way that is the best for the planet, whether that's looking at it through carbon emissions, through resource use, etc. So sometimes the answer might be recycling, sometimes for different products it might be modularity, how you can make the product easier to repair, etc. So that's the second framing in mind. And just one final thing, and this is where we have this lovely little graphic that colleagues of mine in Cambridge made. When we're coming to legislation, and we'll hear from policymakers later, it's just really important to say that this is really hard. My background, I used to work in the UK government, so I'm empathetic to this challenge. There's so many different elements, and when we're talking about something like packaging and packaging waste or other pieces of climate or sustainability legislation, we're creating a future without really knowing the facts now. And it can't really be any other way because of the time challenges. It has to be that we are basically using what we think is best right now, which is a very tough job for legislation. So naturally, we will see things that could be done better, and I'm sure we'll hear from different speakers on that. But just really to emphasize that this is a game of learning by doing, And I think we'll see that as we go along. So I think that's what we capture a little bit with this graph. You know, you're looking at the policies, what is going on the contextual sides. Nobody could have predicted back in the time, you know, Ukraine war, now, you know, Israel-Palestine, and then actually how we can play that with the consumers as well. But I won't go on too much. Well, I'll finish up here because I think there's so much that we could explore. But hopefully that gives you a wider sense of, well, where are we approaching this conversation?
Thank you very much. I think Arnas was taking notes. Were you taking notes? Yeah. Ah. So, thank you for picking up on that, because I think you articulated it a bit better than I did when I said in the first session that I thought that the conversations we were having in the public domain, in the media, were perhaps not nuanced and broad enough, and we'd start to go down rabbit holes. And I think, personally, you make a very valuable point when you say it's really systems level, and sometimes it's hard to find the best approach. It's a combination of all sorts of different approaches at different times, depending on the sector, and it's a game of learning by doing. So I'm just going to pull out those few things. I'm just going to give you beautiful elevator pitch opportunity to perhaps respond to what you heard there. And I think this issue of not just recycling might resonate with you because you brought it up yourself. Sarah, over to you.
Sure. Yeah, I think when we look at what Forever Green's working on, and we can appreciate that recycling is really only one aspect of circularity, but it's also a absolutely essential one for our industry and for our material. And I think that's because of a few really unique attributes of our materials, and one being that it's renewable fiber, and that differentiates from other fossil-derived materials, and also that we have recycling rates at scale. So that is, again, something that differentiates fiber-based packaging, and I think makes it somewhat more justified that we should focus on recycling, but not in a narrow view. And I think you picked that up about this holistic perspective in thinking about how products are designed, how products are collected, how they're recycled. And that's the beauty of what Forever Green's focused on, is this really holistic perspective on recycling. So thinking, and we've heard it in the previous sessions, about testing methods and protocols on how to determine which products are recyclable, all the way through to the collection and sorting guidance. And so I think it's helpful to contextualize our discussion and to think of the world that we're operating in. And then the focus of Forever Green on this recycling aspect of circularity, I think, is also quite timely, because there's so much to explore there. But then also to recognize that all of us in the room, working for different companies, working across the value chain, we're not working on circularity in isolation. We're also working on how we source responsibly materials from the forest, how we have energy efficiency, material efficiency improvements, decarbonization, et cetera. So I think in all of our own companies as well, we're advancing, of course, across quite a broad suite of activities towards the Green Deal. And maybe just a couple more words, or one more word?
One more word?
One more word. No, I'll leave it there. Well,
you
maybe,
sure?
Sorry, just one more word. And I think maybe what I like about this slide is, you know, I think the role of policy is essential in creating, you know, we hear about this level playing field, providing clear direction for our industry, for our society. But I think Forever Green challenges that a little bit. So what we've said is, well, policy isn't a must-have, but that doesn't stop industry from coming together, setting even more progressive targets, and working together to achieve them, and not waiting for policy. And I think, so I like how this schema shows climate and policy as one component, but it's not the only thing driving change and driving choices. And to me, that strikes a chord with Forever Green as well, because we didn't wait for PPWR to resolve in these kind of things.
But I think also, if you want to be able to, let's say it frankly, if you want to be able to shape the narrative, and if you want to be able to shape policy, you have to be ahead of the curve, because that's, you know, if you want to get what you want, you really need to be thinking before that legislation comes out and not playing catch up. That must resonate with you, because, again, when I was just reading about, you know, some of your positions, and particularly in this arena, You are very clear that brands, brand owners, this is about addressing sustainability from multiple angles. So it's all about the sourcing of raw materials. It's also about the processes, the manufacturing processes. It's about the labeling, the work. So what resonated in there for you, and perhaps what's something that you might have added if you were framing this conversation?
Yeah. Thanks, yeah. I mean, it is very much a systems, it's interesting you use the word systems in terms of a systems approach, because we are looking at this from so many different perspectives. As you are here in the Alliance, we're also working within the value chain. And I think one of the one box there on businesses, if I take that first, that encompasses so many different types of businesses, business models, across just even one material of value chain, never mind all the others as well, and we use all materials. So one of the learnings I think that we've had, particularly in this area, particularly when you're looking at new innovations and new technology and you're trialing and testing, is to understand, put yourself in someone else's shoes, to understand their business issues, their business obligations, the way their businesses are operating, which is not necessarily the same as the brand owners. But for this to work, particularly when you're looking at innovation and systems change, you do have to have a situation where people will move together. They won't move at different times, they'll move ensemble if you are actually going to have systems change. And I think the scale of transformation that we're looking at is such that if you don't have that collaboration and that ability to trust as well in the different parts of the value chain, it will be impossible to get this done. So the businesses piece there, that lovely little box, is so complex that we need, that is why this type of alliance is so important in terms of collaboration. And I think that, for me, when you asked the previous panel in one word, how would you describe as such, I would say, stand in someone else's shoes in order for you to understand what they are facing in terms of changing their own, whatever their particular business environment is. And as you said, we're upstream and downstream. We're looking both ways. So when it comes to the households and individuals, for example, we as individuals, we as consumers, our actions in our own houses, so important. Oh, yeah. We know that people, I'm sure everybody in the room, we're very good at recycling from the kitchen. That's why the word household is really important, because we have to be equally good at recycling from the bathroom and getting those products back into the recycling chain as well. So it is very important that we all have a role to play. We all have responsibility, and we as individuals, as consumers, we help in that space in terms of making that happen. If we don't do that, we can't get the materials back to recycle, etc., etc.
But I think you raise a very good point, and because I think sometimes, or listen, I'm basing this on my own experience or just chats with friends who are outside this Brussels bubble, and sometimes it can feel so overwhelming. We're going to talk about this, the demand, this huge existential challenge that you kind of think, oh God, what can I do? I'm doing stuff because I'm more into this arena, but I can tell you I have conversations and there's lots of lack of information or misinformation, or even this sense, it's all up to the policymakers, and hey, they're not even doing their job. Look at COP. They haven't. So it's a very challenging arena to bring people along for the ride, and we will look at that a bit later in the conversation. Arnas, what for you resonated there? Because in some ways you are ticking a lot of the boxes for Tamid, because you've got the research side. I think you said you're then going back to member states, so you're talking to people on the ground. Then you've got this operating this very political sphere, so you're kind of at the confluence of all of these areas.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. Sorry for taking notes. That's the usual stuff that we're doing.
He wasn't sending emails,
yeah.
and he wasn't ordering something off
really,
Deliveroo.
That's really part of our work because you have a lot of meetings and you always try to catch the main idea what people are saying. Just afterwards, you will have another meeting, and sometimes you come back to the notes and you remember, oh, the person said that one, and this thing is very important for us. So sorry for that. I know that some people get distracted about that, but yeah, that's the way how we're doing business here. When I was working in a law firm and I worked with ESG implementation, usually the word sustainability was a buzzword because you talk a lot, but afterwards none of the person in the room knows what the sustainability or climate change does mean in practice. So when I started to work as an attaché, and especially with this piece of legislation related to packaging, I always wanted to come back to the essence, to understand different opinions from various packaging participants, who let's say works in this field, to understand the different rationale of the member states, because sometimes they are really different, and also to understand the consumer perception, which is very important when you are addressing any kind of the problem related to the packaging, because in many ways the consumer behavior is very important to achieve any kind of the result which is set in the packaging and packaging waste regulation. And we are the ones like a crossroad who have later to make a decision. It might be a good decision, it might be not very good decision, but we are the ones who have to make that. Definitely, I'm not the one who is doing the final decision, it's the minister who is doing, but still we have to brief them and to bring. So my initial idea when Tamid was talking, I'm trying to be the one who is trying to have a proper, let's say, frame, to have a proper framework for any kind of discussion, just to understand the problem and to see if we are able to solve it. If not, also to be honest, saying we cannot do anything on that, or if we can, so let's do it. Let's try to have a quite a long discussion, let's say based on the Habermas methods or on other methods, but try to have the essence and solve the problem. So that's
interesting. Just a quick comeback on that. When you say, where can we solve it and where can't we, do you think we live in an era where we even have the space or the possibility to say we can't solve that problem?
As a member state, we are in a possibility to say that we are unable to do something because we see that there is not enough support in the meeting room.
Okay.
That's a very honest and fair answer, and that's why I always say that it's very important to be on any kind of file which we're discussing in a working party, to be transparent. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. To say that you cannot say to everyone, yes, I agree with you, and agree with you, and agree with you, and say that, yeah, definitely we will support you. Mm-hmm. But if we see that, I always say to my stakeholders that, sorry, we do understand it's a problem, but on the other hand, we have our limitation because we have our position, which we're addressing in the meeting room. On the other hand, we see that it will not get enough support in the meeting room, so let's try other different ways to solve your problem.
Okay. We'll leave it there for a moment because I didn't clarify that I will take questions. So if you have been incredibly in listening mode, I do have, I think, under the seat, which should still be working. So if there are questions, just your job is please keep them just super short and to the point. Say to whom they're addressed, if you like, your organization, and the same applies, I think I'm looking at this camera, the same applies to those of you who are online, and I will try and create some space for those. What we decided to do, because it is potentially so wide-ranging, is look at 3 distinct areas that kind of plug into what Tamid spoke about in the framing. And these 3 areas are, first of all, I would like to hear from everybody on the PPWR. Now, we were going to have Mattia Pellegrini here, but he's not going to be online because we have got his boss coming from the Commission at the end. So they are rather going to channel their thoughts and their points right at the very end. So on this panel, we won't hear from the Commission, but we will hear from you because you are, of course, very much in the working party of the Council, so you can kind of give us some indications on your thoughts hot off the press. So that's one area that we'll look at. The other area is the consumer. I mean, stakeholders in general, but the consumer, what are our expectations, the roles, the responsibilities, and also this issue of collaboration. Now, it could take in data sharing, it could take in member states and how you orchestrate these relationships at the local level, at the EU level, but in the broadest sense of the word. So that's kind of the areas we're going to look at to make the best use of our time. But I think you would all be interested to hear from Arnas what's kind of going on with the, you've got this upcoming vote, so can you spill some beans? Can you tell us any secret stuff? You're the one talking about being transparent. I'm sure you can't tell us secret stuff, but tell them something they don't know. How about that? Look at his smile, look at that.
Okay, I will think about that. What can I say and what I can't say?
Well, you said when we spoke online, you said, listen, Kat, there's lots of opportunities, but there's also some challenges to implementation. This is very ambitious. So we also need to look at, the extent to which this adoption, what is that uptake and how can we look at those challenging areas?
Yes, so in many ways I do believe that industries were waiting for this regulation. It was a couple of times delayed. And I do believe when it was presented, everyone looked a little bit surprised in many ways. There is some good things, and I do believe the Commission made a good thing that we moved towards the regulation, towards the...
Yeah, much better. Thank you.
Okay. It seems that I'm getting old and I'm not get very used to mics, so I should talk more often and use those. So a good thing was the regulation, the single market legal basis. There was a good things related, let's say, to design for recycling idea, over-packaging, how to reduce that. That's a good things that are in regulation and some other things. But on the other hand, it has a lot of drawbacks. Firstly, it's a huge document. It has 65 articles. It's more than 200 pages. It has more than 20 secondary legislation, delegated powers to the Commission, which also creates a certain level of suspicion from the member states. On the other hand, if we move towards the implementing acts, it also does not solve the problem itself, because then we have a long procedural voting, or let's say preparing the implementing act, which might create another problem that our environment, legal environment will be not sound, it will be not predictable enough. So that's a couple of problems, and I have to look to my notes, sorry. Those are also on the phone. So you see, the Baltic states usually likes to use technologies. I'm not very good, but I'm trying to.
You're not a good example.
Not the best one.
Okay.
Sorry for that.
It's all right.
Yes. So also the file itself is very technical. When I started to work on this file, I looked to many of aspects and talked with my experts, and I said that I'm not sure if the Council or especially European Parliament, the ones who are working and creating this piece of legislation, are aware of all the technological aspects which are addressed in the regulation. Because in some ways, I think so that a lot of stakeholders explained many things because I had no clue how it looks in practice. It sounds logically for me, and then I read, but what's behind, I just didn't understand. So it's also a challenging thing when we're talking about the PPWR. And probably I do not have to say anything specific because all the information is already known for the stakeholders. So this week, the European Parliament is voting on their report. In December, we're expecting to have a general approach from the Council. And that was a surprise in the mid-October when we heard that we are going to the general approach. Because the file, we do support the idea that we have to revise to adopt this legislation, but we didn't expect that it will be that fast. And it creates a certain level of suspicion from our side how to have a proper and sound legal text. Because we're moving so fast that you can just lose the details. And for a good piece of legislation, we should not allow to happen such thing. Okay. And also, the most interesting thing that the Belgians already openly said that they will try to have trialogues during upcoming 2 months next year. So it is possible that we will have this legal act adopted in this legal cycle. So it does mean that we have to work a lot, both the member states and you guys who are bringing a lot of ideas to us and addressing very important problems, which sometimes we just don't see or probably sometimes don't understand.
Okay. Thank you. Who in the house is a whiz, is an expert on PPWR? Raise your hand if you're pretty good. If you could explain it in a restaurant with a salt and pepper pot, you know how you explain the offside rule with various condiments? Who could explain to their grandmother or the neighbor the top lines of the PPWR? Okay. I hope you good people can. Do you mind if I just momentarily jump over you, because Tamid has been very quiet. Anything in there? I mean, you know, you talked about policy. This is just one area of policy. How do you see policy fitting into this systems level change? Just some thoughts from you and from what you've been listening thus far.
Yeah, for sure. So where does policy fit? It's got to play a crucial role. I think the demonstration of where we are here for Evergreen, guidance and ways of doing things beyond what is being done, run by businesses, plays a really critical role in terms of being the leader of the pack. I think that's what we're seeing by being here today. At the same time, we are talking about a segment of policy, of businesses. And so I think if we didn't have any policies, and we thought that the market would solve this problem itself, we would be a lot further ahead. So I think we do need policies to kind of shift it along. Maybe briefly, I'd say on PPWR, I think I agree that it's such a big file that there's just so much in there. And so when we're talking about it from a fiber packaging perspective, it's quite hard to have that voice in a wider discussion, because there's big, people are like, oh, this is more about paper versus plastics. And I think the conversation has moved on a little bit since then. And then there's also this thing of recycling versus reuse. And again, it's that tough job of policy. And it's a bit, I'll be honest, it's a bit the KISS approach of, yes, policymaking is very hard and all that stuff. And I also have my opinion that I think there's been points where actually this approach probably hasn't quite understood what is going on from businesses and some of the innovation in terms of things like fiber-based packaging and other ways of looking at circular economy. Because just to give a quick example, do we want to blanketly reduce plastic if plastic in a food piece of packaging means the food lasts a lot longer and therefore creates less waste? Those sorts of things, it's very hard to put in legislation, but is also a really important thing to think about.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Very detailed. I'll leave you to last, Sarah, if I may. I will come to Michelle there. I mean, what are brands? Your job, I guess, is also to translate this tome for those you represent. I mean, what do they see coming down the track? Is there enthusiasm and commitment? Is there fear and disgruntlement because of that level of detail? And the devil is in the detail, but it's very complex for some sectors.
It is very complex for all sectors. And to Jamed's point, in terms of it doesn't matter which material you're using, because this is going to apply to all. I think you've been actually quite transparent in terms of the challenges of this tome. We've always, right from the outset, welcomed the fact that it sits within the digital and green transition of the Commission overall. That's that twin pillar strategy. And overall, the objectives are, we would fully support. There are certain concerns that we have in terms of how it's all evolving. And it goes a little bit to Tamit's point in terms of balance, ensuring that there is balance, that there is proportion in the legislation as it comes. We have concerns now in terms of IP rights. So we want to ensure, the foundation, the fundamentals of innovation is protected through IP, the intellectual property rights. Packaging, there's a lot of design, creativity that goes into that. There's a lot of design and creativity there's a world out there who are actually impacted by some of the pieces in the legislation. Yep. And it's really important for us as brand owners to maintain a flexibility for creativity. So IP rights, we feel, should be specifically mentioned within the legislation to ensure that they are protected. Everybody in this room is part of the IP industry if you're in the brand owners or anything around design of packaging. And the IP industry in Europe is 47% of Europe's GDP. So let's make sure that we protect that. So it's about balance, making sure that it's proportionate, it's balanced in terms of what it does. We would like to avoid standardization of packaging. Packaging plays a role, it plays a fundamental role to the brand. It plays a fundamental role for consumers, but we're going to talk about consumers in a little bit. So we want to ensure that where there needs to be, there are specific requirements, packaging minimization requirements, which we see, yes, we understand that why they need to be in place to address the overpackaging issue, as you were just saying. But we just need to make sure that that is proportionate and that we have the different types, creativity, innovation that we currently have around packaging. Let's not lose that. Let's not lose that. Let's make sure we can, maintain that. And I think another point where we have a slight concern, and this is, I think that the panel before were articulating, the challenges of working in COVID, but actually managing very well to work in COVID because we had digital means to do so. Digital is going to be a very important means of communication going forward for consumers. So as the packaging does get reduced, we do have less room on the packaging. So we want to make sure that we can communicate to consumers through a digital means, whether that's a QR code or whatever. We're not being specific about that. It's just important to recognize that there is a lot of information that we are all planning to give to consumers, and obviously the package and the brand, the good is the way through which it will go, although there's different ways you could do that as well with some of the, on the recycling side with some of the bin bags, etc. But, we need to think about that. Okay, let's put ourselves as consumers. Just how much information are we going to be passing on to them, and how are we going to do that? Because to your point, the tome of 200 pages and 65 articles, that's just, let's say, on the B2B side for the business people who will have to deal with that. Okay, whatever comes out though in terms of recycling instructions, etc., like the information that you want to know about the package, we have to be very careful here that it is understandable, it's reliable, it's accurate, and it's people are able to determine what it is.
Okay, thank you. Very clear. Absolutely. And also they're able to determine what it is in the specific conditions in which people tend to shop and interact at these different points in their day with these various kinds of packaging. Okay, Sarah, over to you. And then if there's anybody, I don't have any questions that have come in on Slido, but if anybody in the room, just a couple of people, want to make a comment, their views on this, either what they hear or what they haven't heard, or comment, we're very happy to pass the mic around, just to make sure you're with us, because it's demanding doing a lot of listening. Sarah, over to you. So for Evergreen, you said it's so important to be ahead of the curve. Here is this thing. It has a lot of detail. Does it have enough detail? Is it proportionate and balanced? How does the Alliance see what's coming?
Yeah, I think, following along the point that you made around the complexity that's embedded in the PPWR, I think that's a really key role for Evergreen, both now and in the future, that as a technically focused alliance, we could support the process by educating, by sharing our deliverables, by sharing our insights that we've pulled from real practitioners, real experts who are focused on circularity. So I think that's a little bit where Forever Green finds its, say, influencing role or supporting the policy through this technical input. But I can also say, and it was really interesting to hear, Michelle, your view around the brand owners and how you perceive some of the key issues. I think from the fiber-based packaging side, we also see the challenge with potentially unintended consequences coming through with the PPWR. And I think those consequences would be adverse for our industry, but also the competitiveness in Europe. Not to mention adverse environmental outcomes in some cases are also related, too much of my own voice, also adverse impacts related to customer or product safety or consumer safety.
Okay.
And I think, yeah, maybe just to touch on some of those points from our industry and from our sector's view, one particular concern around a priority towards reuse over recycling.
Mm-hmm.
And within the EU Circular Economy Action Plan, the goal there is to put reusable or recyclable packaging on the EU market. And so this kind of equality between the two, where the PPWR very much prioritizes reuse through the reuse targets, regardless of if there's alternatives available that have recycling at scale. And I think that's a concern for our industry. And we really see the opportunity that fiber-based packaging should be leveraged as a solution because we have recyclability at scale. We have highly recyclable products, and we've invested in systems to collect, sort, and reuse that material. So that's a bit of a change of course that we would like to see addressed. And I think another key area that the Forever Green and the fiber-based packaging sector looks is we really expect from the PPWR that we have an enabling environment that improves circularity. Mm-hmm. And so when you look at fiber-based packaging as a front runner on recyclability, we would welcome a policy that picks up where we're starting from, not puts us back at the starting line. Mm-hmm. And so we're really looking for a policy that addresses key challenges and helps fine-tune real issues, real challenges, not creates a whole set of new rules to operate by. And so this is, there's lots in there, but I would say we need a fine-tune approach to support our evolution, and not a sledgehammer in a way. And within that, there's aspects of collection and sorting. There's topics around high-quality recycling, where for our sector, for fiber-based packaging, it's quite important that for us, high-quality recycling means around preserving the quality of the material and making sure that it can replace secondary or replace primary raw material use. But in some of the drafts, it's around this closed product loop that the recycled fiber would need to be used in the exact same application, and that's not actually how our system's structured. So for us, high-quality recycling needs a test of reality on, reflecting perhaps some differences between the different materials that are on the market. Okay. So we saw definitions earlier. That's a key issue as well. And then maybe the last point I'd want to make around the PPWR and the fiber-based packaging challenges or topics of concern is really around that an inclusive approach is needed. So given this complexity, we would really welcome the opportunity to support, to improve, to further help with secondary legislation, implementing acts, etc. So with the Design for Recycling guidelines that we've established, there's ways we could leverage that and support Design for Recycling criteria or other performance grades. And I think going forward, that's where the involvement of industry would be really welcome, in the sense that if we can help build a truly circular packaging, we're all hands on deck. We're willing to support that process.
Well, you need to be part of something that you then have to implement. So you need to be part of what you're going to orchestrate.
Exactly.
Just anybody, anything, nobody put their hand up to say they were a whiz. That gentleman did sort of do this, which was very modest, actually. You sort of didn't want to put your hand up, but you kind of went like this. So, okay. Do you have any comment to make or anything you'd like to add? I'm just checking in with you because listening is hard, and I want to make sure you're still with us, and you're not going to get coffee for another probably 30 minutes, so I just want to check, is there anybody who wants to pipe up with any comment or any question in the room, because I don't have anything on Slido. The gentleman right at the back there. Yes, Simon? Yep. Okay, it's coming. Yeah, oh, you have to take a guess there. Do stand, say who you are, thank you.
Yeah, Simon Weston from Aquapack Polymers. I don't think Slido's working for the questions. This is a question that I've tried to submit.
Yeah.
So to what extent do the panel think that consumer and households who are pivotal in making any system work should be compelled to adhere to do the right thing? Because there's times when I think that, and I come from the UK, so that's especially the case, I don't think that consumers are necessarily, households are necessarily required to do what is necessary. Too often I think we accede to a race to the bottom.
Okay, thank you. And we can hold that thought because we're going to look at the whole consumer arena anyway in a moment, and we can. But you know, to what degree do they need to be part of this? To what? Okay. Anybody? Chiara, lovely Chiara, over at the tech. Is there a lot of questions on Slido I'm not getting? You're checking. Okay. Did anybody else put a question in on Slido? There are 5 at the moment. Well, it could be that you could. Ah, okay. If they don't reach me, feel free to raise your hand, and I'm very happy for you to chip in and ask the question yourself. I just want to be a little bit simplistic here, and then sort of move on, expand the discussions, and take into account Simon's question as well, because he's nicely preempted where we're coming to. But given what you say, so given these comments, you know, how on earth can we ensure, you know, we've got this proper, sound legal text? It's a behemoth, this. We've got so many different technological aspects. We need a balance. We need this balance. And there are certain things we need to be careful and cautious about. Industry definitely needs to be perhaps even more part of the conversation. Please keep, you know, not too much standardization. Let's enable our creativity. Clearly, concerns there. So we've got the Parliament voting, and we've got, you said December, and there was that kind of surprise at the rapidity. Yes, no. Sarah, too fast? Do we need more time? Yes, no.
No opinion.
Tamid.
I mean, it's already been delayed a few times. I think climate change is happening.
We need to get on with it and make the best of it. Michelle.
We do need to get on with it. We need to make sure, though, that it's workable and that there is legal certainty around this framework that is developed. So I have a concern that someone who is much more in the detail than we are and who is in the driving seat as a member state, you know, is saying, okay, this is fast. We need to make sure that this is done well. I think, you know, better regulation principles, shall we say. That's important.
Small alarm bell.
That's an important flag that I think Anis has raised.
Okay. What about you? Are we going at the right... I mean, hearing what you say, is it achievable? Is it a good stick?
Well, definitely the regulation, I do believe, will be adopted, and definitely the Council Legal Service and the Commission and the Member States will cooperate, and the European Parliament, to achieve the sound legal text. But I do believe what we cannot predict, it's the final implication of the text, what we put in the text and what will be, how the, let's say, businesses will be able to implement the ideas. Mm-hmm. Because some of the ideas are defined very broadly, or even, I would say, vaguely from the legal point of view. So that's a problem. And if someone remembers the SUP directive with such a rush, how it was adopted, and afterwards, how many problems was with the secondary legislation, I always say, I can't predict that probably with this regulation, we will have the same situation. Why? Because we have a very ambitious timeline. So then we are talking in the council, and that's a usual discussion between the member states. The ones who have a higher ambition and the ones who would like to have a more realistic goals, and the ones who would like to have a very ambitious timeline, between those member states who would like to have a proper timeline. The regulation itself has a lot of good ideas, has a good deeds, and it might be implemented, but with a proper timeline.
Okay.
For member states to prepare, to inform, either it's a business or consumer, for businesses to have a proper transition. I don't think so that someone in the working party said that the reuse is bad. No, we do believe that reuse is a good technology. I do believe there is a lot of businesses who said the same, that the reuse have a lot of environmental impact, which is better than, let's say, single packaging. But on the other hand, the reuse technologies needs additional investment. The reuse, we should achieve the so-called complementary approach, and we expected to have that complementary approach, which will be more or less a better balance to member states, to businesses, in some ways also to consumers.
Okay, so I mean, a lot to look at. It sort of hangs in this kind of area where it's positive, it's good, there's a lot in there, it's necessary, but do we have the time to really get into those details and make sure they're right so we don't end up in a similar situation than we've been in the past? Let's leave that thought there. Let's segue by taking Simon's question and look at the consumer within that. I'm going to come to you, Tamid, because when we met online before this event, and I was saying, you know, Michelle might talk more about this, there's the nudge factor, and I said, you know, how do we bring the consumer along for the ride in a way that feels manageable and accessible? And I was talking about social sciences, and you said, Kat, I have a kind of a different approach with the consumer, kind of a different philosophical starting point. Let me give you a couple of minutes to talk about how you feel that the consumer can best be a part of this.
And this is, I think it's important to bring the personal aspect. So I'm bringing my personal opinion, and that's kind of the point. I think we sometimes, and yes, I am the same person who brought this funky-looking graph, but also I think we need to balance that with a very human approach. So taking a personal example, you know, okay, yes, I'm British, my parents come from Bangladesh, I was back in the UK this weekend, and, you know, speaking to my mum, who is first generation, I'm second generation Bangladeshi, talking about some of these intricacies and you know, showing a graph, it doesn't really mean much to her, and that you know, I could get upset or angry, but that's not really that either. You know, looking at it from the perspective of my mother coming across with my dad to build a life on the other side of the world, this stuff, it can feel very academic. We're based in Brussels. We're talking about it through a very sort of, you know, analytical lens. Let's look at this 50-page, 100-page piece of legislation. And so my point here is, I think we really need to make it relevant for people. I was at the Sustainable Packaging Summit last week, and it was in Amsterdam, and there was I think it was the CSO of Procter & Gamble, and she talked about making it so, I forget the exact words, but making it so obvious and so clearly the better way of doing something that it becomes, that's, I think, how we have to approach it for the consumer, that it just is so obvious that this is the better way of doing it, and really looking at it from that mind. It's not to say that regulation doesn't have a role. I think, you know, I mean, being in Belgium and things, moving here and actually having to sort waste, there's definitely a role in that. But I think bringing the human aspect and making it clear and relevant for people, and not forgetting that us in this sort of room, maybe we dedicate our lives to this sort of stuff. It may seem obvious for us, but for most people it doesn't. And for a lot of people, it doesn't really matter. I mean, to maybe just finish up on one other point, yeah, you know, cost of energy crisis, I think people do care about climate change, but ultimately, if you've got to feed your kid tomorrow and you can't afford to turn electricity on, are you really going to be that bothered about okay, is this 80% recycled or 100% recycled? It's just not that relevant for you as an individual. And so I think bringing that more human, heart-centered approach to when we're looking at these questions will probably bring us closer to the solution. It won't give us a perfect answer, but I think that's the thing that we're missing a bit when we talk about these things.
If we make things too convenient, do we risk missing out on the heart-centered approach, the choice? Do you see what I mean? Do we risk, if we make it so convenient, we're risking that people aren't at that sort of the crux of what can I do in this? Not what can I do in this from a guilty way, but...
I think it's believing in people, and people do want to do the right thing, and I don't see the difference. I think if we're making it convenient for people, it's because we realize that people are intelligent and don't need to be babysitted. Okay. We're making it easy for them because we want them to do the right thing, and we're making it easier for them to do the right thing, which is what they want to do anyway. So I don't really see it so different.
Okay. So you said, so coming to you, as we said, you said, you know, you have a potentially, you know, brands, you know, you're really close to the consumer there. So you have, as you said, with great power also comes great responsibility. It's a tricky one because when, again, we met online before, I said, gosh, you know, is there cognitive dissonance with consumers? Because brands often, you know, you want to buy more, we're coming into your home, you know, and at the same time, we're supposed to buy smarter. So what is that relationship between those brands and the consumer? How do they see their role, and what do they want from the consumer in that dynamic?
Well, I think that, you know, everybody has a role to play. There is a responsibility that lies with all of us. I think there are triggers, nudges, that can help consumers to actually behave in a way that they want to behave, as Tamid says. So, and there's one very good one actually in the PPWR. I don't want to go back to the people, but just a little example is that, you know, here in Belgium, we have the blue bag for plastic and the yellow bag for the cardboard paper based. There's a discussion at an EU level which we think is actually quite a good idea, which is where you'd use the Nordic system around pictograms, where you'd have specific pictures, not language, so we avoid the whole language issue, but pictures which would be on the pack, one of our packs, for example, and that would also be on the bag. So your mum or my mum or anybody in terms of, you know, who's not into the 65 articles would actually be able to, you know, help. They do their bit. It's a trigger, it's a nudge towards this is where this pack goes into this bin in terms of helping that recycling. So going back to Simon's question in terms of compelling people. Compelling people, I think, is a if you want to go compelling towards fining them, I'm not sure that is going to build the same type of enthusiasm or that we're going for, that we would want. So, but we can help in terms of how people can take a more sustainable purchase. They can make a more sustainable purchasing decision. And so that's our role. That is part of our role, and that is the importance of packaging. I mean, Simon, in the British Brands Group, which is the British Brands Association of my association, they did a study a few years ago. There are 45,000 SKUs in your average supermarket in the UK, right? A shopper going into that supermarket buys 50 products in 50 minutes.
Right, yeah.
They're cues, they're memory cues. They're what you see, what you know, what you trust. And packaging plays a role for that. That is why it is so important to get the language right. And there's a lot of issues now in terms of what we can, what we can't use in terms of claims. So I think there's the responsibility, we have the ability to actually have innovation, make sure that we can encourage, nudge consumers to make a more sustainable purchasing decision. What they do in the home, I think we need to perhaps look at not just what we're all doing sitting in business here in terms of the value chain. You know, I think there's a lot that needs to be done for the generation coming after us, for our own kids. And I think that's where education comes in.
Absolutely. Yes, indeed. And I think also just to add something, I'm just very mindful of that we have about sort of 8 minutes so that these good people need some caffeine and cakes. I'm very mindful also that with all of that, with all of those choices that you can make at point of purchase, it's then also what you do with it. So for example, I buy an ice cream, I buy a bag of crisps, a drink, whatever. I eat it when I'm out. I come to a bin. The bin is stuffed full. Okay? I tend to put it, I need to put it somewhere, so I take it home. So all of that infrastructure, and then as you all know better than I, all of those complexities with the collection and the sorting. Now, for example, in Belgium, in the blue bags, they are asking you, please take off, the plastic top and separate them and make sure it's clean. Now, I'm a bit of a fanatic because I know, but I will say to my 13-year-old, and that's the point of the next generation, stop stuffing it in there with food in it. You can't. So, all of that's the front end, what's happening to the back end. Now, I'd like to close this off with you two and then move a little bit more to collaboration. So it's got to be elevator pitch style. I wanted to ask you about some consumer surveys in Lithuania. Should you be able to do that? But did anybody else have any further comments to make about the consumer or thoughts? I still haven't got anything on Slido, but if anything, there are a couple of questions. So do we want to just hold that thought for a moment? Let's just hear from these two speakers, and we'll take a couple of questions in a moment, if that's all right with you. Need to keep it really lovely and concise, if you will. But tell us, you did some consumer surveys. What came out of that?
Yeah, so in Lithuania, it's actually undergoing survey, which should be a very deep, very methodological, about the reusable packaging, which is very important in many ways in the context of the PPWR, but itself in the packaging context. So usually the consumers takes the preference towards the reusable packaging. That's the first thing. But, there is always a but, until the moment they need to pay. Because usually the reusable packaging is more expensive compared to the other types of packaging. And also there is following some other aspects like hygiene, food safety, etc. So when we're talking in the context of a PPWR, we also have to understand that it will take some time consumers to be on board if you want to achieve any kind of the result. Let's say when we're talking about the reusable packaging. So that would be a very short pitch. I'm not very good at pitching. I'm trying to do my best.
You are not the first to say that, consumers in a lot of surveys are very, you say they want to do the right thing. They are aware, they are more demanding, they know more, and yet what they say they will do may not be what they will do actually at the point of purchase. And that's a whole other conversation or part of it. But Sarah, over to you.
Yeah, I think for Evergreen, when we started out, we recognized that household, on the go, and out of home were some of the areas where the collection rate or recycling rate was lower. And that's where we've wanted to focus and of course, consumers have an essential role in those moments of deciding where the materials go. But I think it's unfair to make it the consumer's responsibility alone. And so for Evergreen, the way we've been focusing on the industry, on the value chain, really trying to make the system work, right? So I think when you look at collection and sorting, really having strong guidance that says we need separate collection for paper products so that those fiber-based materials can get into separate collection, can find their way to the correct mills for recycling. So making it as easy as possible. And I think as we look at designing fiber-based packaging, again, there's a lot the industry can carry in terms of responsibility for making sure that it's really obvious how to recycle these products. And I think some of the brand owners in the room are pioneers in terms of some of the labeling or communication they can give to consumers, like, recycle me, I'm paper. Very simple things, especially for some of the innovative fiber products. So I think we all have a role to play in terms of educating, but really building the system to take the guesswork away, to make it a simple solution also for consumers that want to do the right thing.
Thank you. Was there a couple of questions you said that had come in? And again, I'm asking you to be a little bit brain box bingo because I'm reading the energy in the room. And I'm going to ask you one very simple question at the end about collaboration, but let's just see what's come in. This is your moment in the spotlight.
Yes. I don't know if you saw the latest question slide. There was a reaction to what Michelle was saying. Do we realize the urgency? Climate change is happening now. I think we have bigger problems than creative packaging. So that's the last thing we've received.
I think we have bigger
problems than creative packaging.
But maybe, okay, but your point about creative packaging
I was
is...
just responding to the PPWR.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
no,
we
but-
absolutely do have bigger problems.
But I think your point of creative packaging was less in, but I might be wrong, in the sense of creativity in the traditional sense of the word, but be careful what packaging for what product, for safety, or did I get that, did I misunderstand you?
No, there is the element of innovation with creativity, obviously, in terms of what packaging that we will use in the future, the different kinds of materials, how it's recycled, etc. But I think that the context of that question is much more, there's bigger problems in terms of just packaging. But this was just in the context of the PPWR.
Yeah. Okay, was there another question or comment? No? Okay, so can I move towards, yeah, did you want to, no? I will move towards rounding this off. An important one, so again, let's just remind ourselves, this is from guidance to action. Part of the action is how does the whole of industry actually put into place what will come out of the PPWR and in the time frame, and there's lots of things in it. I mean, let's remind ourselves, there's harmonized EPR schemes, there's, we've got the, what do you call it, taking the bottles back, we've got, what do you call them, DRS. I mean, there's innumerable, it's a hell of a lot of moving parts. So that's one side of the action. There's how does the consumer fit into making sure that we get that action. Everything, as I've said, comes down to collaboration. You've all said it in different ways yourselves. Let's look at this another way. We've done a lot of praising of the Alliance for the power of cooperation. What is the one missing thing for you in collaboration in this particular sector, or it could be at member state level? What's missing? That's one thing that's missing and you'd like to see more of to get this done. And to be specific, because I hear time and time again, we must collaborate better, we must collaborate better, then how? So what's missing? If you could wave a magic wand, what do you want to see?
Okay, I promise to be very transparent. I would like to have a more collaborative commission on this particular file. That's a very short message. I do believe many stakeholders will understand what I have in mind when I'm saying that.
Okay.
So that I would like to have more collaborative commission on this file. And when if we're talking about the businesses, I would be very thankful if you would be able to pitch the main idea in your proposals when addressing PPWR. We're getting a lot of emails. We're trying to address all of them and to understand the main problems. But now it's the time to have a pitch. I'm not good at pitching, but you are. You have more possibilities. Just send very clear messages to us, because the problem is we're getting a lot of. This file is highly political. There is a lot of business interest in that. And it's really hard to address all the problems, so try to pitch.
So either try to do it collectively or to just keep it super elevator, super short and to the point.
Yeah, short to the point, very concise message.
But, do you know, because the acoustics are so bad up here, I thought you said it's time to bitch. And then I thought you were just going to download everything you're pissed off with all of your work on the PPW. I was like, he's going to bitch.
It might cross my mind that
yeah,
word, but I will never say that out loudly.
Okay.
I would not allow myself to do such a thing.
Okay, I sort of gave you an in there, though, didn't I? Okay, no more than a minute, please. What for you? A lot's going on. I get the sense that you're proud of what's happening among brands. If you could wave a magic wand, either within that arena or policy-wise or consumer-wise, where do you think, this is what I'd love to happen, Kat, for better collaboration? Pick where.
I think we need better collaboration with public authorities, with
Yes.
we have the governments here,
Yeah.
Arnis, and all of
Yeah.
his
Yeah.
peers who are dealing with the policy issues. But I think when it comes to that collection and sorting and the practical issues around this, I think we need more focus on that, and that there is more of an understanding. Some of the learnings I think that we have when we're looking into the alliances that we have, learnings from within the different stages in the value chain, and we're sharing that more.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because there needs to be that openness in order to unlock barriers or challenges that we are going to face from a practical point of view.
And do you think that municipalities and local authorities are sitting at the table enough?
Are they?
Have a bitch, go on.
No, I do believe that there is a problem. We've talked with Michelle before that, let's say, PPWR is some kind of a Brussels bubble thing. Yeah, in some ways it's a capital thing, but not the municipalities who will later have to do many things.
And it's a lot.
I know them, some of them have said, like, you send us something. That was in English.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's already a message that some of them even haven't read anything. Yes. And afterwards we have to implement. And implementing is very important. Even though it's a regulation, still implementing is a very important part to achieve any kind of the goal.
Okay. Tammy.
I think one thing that I would like to see, we come to events like this, and this one's a bit more on the edgy side. It's great. We've got a great story here, and that's really important. 90% recycling, great. The thing that happens quite a lot is when there's a good story for us to tell, is we go out and tell it, and particularly from a business side. But what I would love to see is really seeing that bigger picture more often when we're talking about these things, and particularly sometimes being willing to take the hit. Because if we really are going to make a systems change, not everyone's going to win. And so right now what happens is the moment anyone loses a little bit, there's a lot of pushback. And, that's completely justifiable. And yet not everyone's going to be happy here. And so what I would say is, even using this example of the PPWR, I think we've heard the issues, but not to forget that this is one of the most ambitious pieces of legislation we've seen on this sort of area, probably worldwide. And there are going to be mistakes made when we do something like creating policy like this. It's part and parcel of it, if you forgive the pun.
Good pun.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I threw one in. So looking at the bigger picture, and sometimes we don't win every time.
Yeah. Or being prepared, what are the trade-offs and what am I, yeah. Thank you for that valuable point. Last word to you, Sarah. And again, if you want to answer this differently, because you are here also representing Forever Green, perhaps from a collaborative front, what's coming. But I leave it to you to decide in the closing minute.
Yeah, I think maybe looking at the what's missing kind of discussion point, I know Forever Green heading into the year ahead is very much focusing on finalizing the toolbox and getting it into action. So making as much impact as we can with our deliverables. Not to say that we haven't made any impact thus far, but it's really going to be a superb focus in 2024. And I think, engaging decision makers and industry actors at all levels is what's required there. So a little bit the same point as Michelle mentioned is actually, more engagement, more collaboration, sharing our experience, sharing our deliverables to make sure that they're not in documentation, but really practice in the ground. And then, Tamid, maybe to your point about the bigger picture, I think there's two sides of that from an industry perspective. I think you're right in the sense that we need to be continually challenging ourselves and holding ourselves accountable. There's no I'm a sustainability professional, and I'm always saying there's no end game. We just keep going and keep creating, trying to perfect things and continuously improve. There's no rest in this space that we find ourselves, and so I think that's something that we need to consider as well as an alliance. What's next? Where do we need to focus on? And I think the other side of that is we need an environment that stimulates innovation. So sure, we can think bigger and bolder and differently, but then we need a policy environment and an investment environment that stimulates innovation so that we can continue to evolve the systems. So I think it's, from a big picture, I think those are some of the pieces that maybe we can look towards in the future.
Okay. Thank you very much. And you know, what you all articulate in different ways is also the importance of collaboration between all those different elements. I mean, you said, if I'm being really honest and transparent, I need a little bit, I need more from this commission. You said I need to see, you know, the local authorities, God damn it, they need some, you know, it's all very well, all this happens, and then bam, there's no infrastructure, there's no, you know, all the support around collection and sorting. And just to have the right players at the table. I mean, the conversations you're saying, please keep industry in there. We could help with what's coming with the PPWR, and we need to be part of that conversation because we're the ones who are absolutely on the front line. And again, that valid point, yes, we do protect our own, we do protect our corners. We have those who are relying upon us financially and in all other ways, but we need to understand that there are compromises, or it just ain't happening. So thank you so very much. Thank you for letting me slightly along for the timing. I appreciate it. So first of all, a very warm round of applause, please, for our 4 speakers. Thank you. Stay here just a moment. You can just stay just a moment. So we're going to take a 20-minute break. I think you need a good break. So I'm going to give a heads up. So our lovely 5 circularity success stories. You've got plenty of time to present. I'm just going to shorten the conversation time after it so we can definitely finish our event on time. Don't forget, can I just say, the co-leads of the improved collection and sorting work stream. You've got to listen to that, okay, are sharing their brilliance in the small room. Don't forget to take a photo. Don't forget to drink gallons of coffee. And we'll see you back in this room just before past and online. Thank you very much. control these? Yeah, they control those. Are they on? Okay. All right, thank you so much. Perhaps you could just give a nudge to the lovely people in that room, or a knock on the window to come in. I was about to say, and also welcome back to those of you online, thank you for still being with us. Who ate more small cakes in that break than they did in the break before? Well done. I applaud you. Right. Sometimes we say save the best to last, but actually, because this alliance is so special, all of the speakers are special. What I, as a moderator, always love and appreciate is case studies from the ground, stuff that's happening, how all of this is actually being implemented, and what fabulous technological innovations are out there and happening to make all of this actually work. So, we are now in this last session with these good people, bringing to life the Alliance's Circularity Success Stories initiative. So, tons of Forever Green members are taking very impressive steps to increase the recycling rate of fibre-based packaging to 90% by 2030. We've stated that many times. But before the summer, all of them were invited to share their circularity success stories. So that could be a breakthrough project, it could be individual, it could be collaborative, that have been really spurred by the Alliance and can serve as inspiring examples. Projects were evaluated by a dedicated jury according to lots of criteria, including using the tools, including concrete impacts on sustainability. 22 projects qualified, and here are 5 now. Yes, 5, because these 2 ladies are a double act. First of all, you may give them a warm round of applause just for having made the grade. And for those of you who are not on this stage but did qualify as one of those 22 projects, you do, of course, feature in this brilliant report that has been launched today. So even more reason to get your hands on it, and a reminder to those of you online or those of you in the house, it is accessible online. Each of these good people has 5 or 6 minutes to dazzle and inspire you, and then I have a couple of questions, but I have a word cloud. Actually, I don't know if the word cloud is going to work. Do we know if it will work? We're going to try. There we go. Can you respond to that word cloud? When I dream of collection and sorting, the instant image I have in my head is what? Or is it just chuckling like Simon there? Like, when I dream of collection and sorting, the instant image that I see in my head is what? Ooh, purity. Okay. Mixed waste sorting. Trash. Instructions. Colourful bins. That's interesting. Fishes in the ocean. Unpack God. Okay, I feel I need to invite that speaker onto this stage. Pictograms. Value maintained. Fishes in the ocean. Material recovery. My kitchen. Yeah, who said my kitchen? Were you in the room? Yeah, my kitchen. Yeah, I think that's good. Order. Recycling bin standardization, messy. Planet Earth. Degradability. That is way more wide-ranging than I had anticipated in terms of the answers. Intuitive, simplicity. Poor workers. Streams, zero waste. Okay, so I think you need to keep that one because it's a very interesting one. Okay, now these lovely people are all that stands between you and alcohol. Okay, so no stress. We're going to hear some fabulous success stories. Please say who you are very briefly, 5 sentences. So here we have, I will say, Simon Weston. He's actually a member of the advisory board at Aquapack, and he's going to talk about developing repulpable and biodigestible barrier coatings for functional fibre-based packaging. Try saying that when you're drunk, Simon.
I may later.
He may later. In a nutshell, what do you do in your day job?
Well, I mostly walk the dog first up.
Okay, very good.
I pulled back from the industry after about 30 years working for one of the major containerboard producers, but also latterly for a trade association. So somebody persuaded me to come back in for a good idea.
Somebody persuaded
I'm
you?
not sure it was, but anyway.
Okay, you can you can introduce yourselves just before you present. Otherwise, we may forget your brilliance. I'm going to let you. You are the first victim, Simon. Simon wanted to bring his ukulele, but you couldn't get it on the train.
That's true. Ladies, gentlemen, colleagues, friends, members of the assessment panel. It's the graveyard shift, but I'm not at the end, so stand by. Firstly, thanks for this recognition. Aquapack Polymers, who I represent, is proud to receive it. It means a lot to have our product peer-reviewed effectively and recognised by such a thought-leading and expert organisation. And I endorse the comments about experts. I see them to my left, or some of them. Aquapack's a company that was created really to address the issue of circularity of fibre-based packaging, and its investors and its technologists believe that solutions can be found to achieve better circularity for barrier packaging. So the award's welcomed because it acknowledges the progress so far and the success of our project. I'll try and make the technology work. Okay. So as I've said, the driving force behind Aquapack's foundation is an understanding that whilst consumers, brands, converters, policymakers would prefer, we think, fibre-based packaging, and there's some evidence to suggest that's true, that's both easy to recycle and reduces the potential for plastic. I've gone one too far. How do I go back?
Oh, God, blimey.
This is...
Have you gone forward again?
Yes, possibly.
I'm looking. Oh, there we go.
So
hang on a minute.
It's the next one I want. That one. Okay.
That one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So whilst we acknowledge the demands, we also know that primary food packaging needs barriers to prevent oil and grease ingress or egress, and a moisture barrier, gas barrier, and sealability as well is often useful. But these are provided by plastics, often. So here's the problem. The consequence is we've got a huge variety of pack formats out there, and I know that I'm teaching to converted, so I'll move on. But the cookies on the right are a good example, okay? Pictured, probably wrongly, in Sainsbury's in the UK, made of brown fibre, but with a polypropylene liner, which means that they can't be recycled in a standard mill, at least according to the current rules. And we thought we've got to be able to do something about that.
Just stay near the mic so these lovely people can hear you.
Yeah. It's one of my faults with the ukulele band as well. But we're also... next one, please. We're also aware of the need to respond to the problems posed by barrier packaging to the paper mills. So stickies, so tackiness that can be found in the paper mill when it's recycling. Plastic rejects, huge amounts of plastic created from getting rid of the barriers. Fibre loss, and the disposal cost of getting rid of all of it at the end. So that was the challenge. We recognised it. And in addressing these, next please, in addressing these, we came up with a product called Hydropol. Hydropol is, we'd like to say, an innovative, but most importantly, water-soluble and biodegradable polymer. And it can be used to produce recyclable packaging. It's based on existing proven technology, the sorts of stuff you might typically see in your dishwasher tablet or surrounding your dishwasher tablet. It provides an excellent gas and oil barrier and is prone to defense against grease as well. It's heat sealable for form, fill, operations, and you don't need to invest in capital to change from PE liners to an existing liners and coatings to hydropole. So no capital. So what's its role in advancing circularity then? Because circularity requires stuff to be taken in and reprocessed. So next, please. So we think hydropole can assist the paper mills and the reprocessors because it's soluble in typical standard mill pulp temperatures and durations. So it dissolves in that time. It facilitates, therefore, fibre dispersion. So it doesn't hold on to fibre. Once it disperses, it dissolves, it releases the fibre. It doesn't impact sheet appearance because there's no visible residue. And tests done with paper mill groups show that it can decrease stickies, the tackiness that often appears in standard mills, and it improves pulp drainage. So ultimately, that should help the dewatering of the paper sheet as it goes through the machine and help save energy. It biodegrades either anaerobically or aerobically in mill systems, and so it produces biogas, and those can be used for energy in the paper mill. It's non-toxic and marine safe, so if it does escape into the environment, it doesn't damage anything, and it doesn't comprise of or release harmful microplastics or nanoplastics. So it's not damaging to the environment. I'm going as fast. Please, thank you. So in developing hydropole, we've used Forever Green's tools extensively. So we're using the assessment tool and the recyclability score to evaluate pack performance and to ensure compatibility with standard mills. And we use the design guidelines in the same way. So it's incredibly useful to us. And we participate actively in the work streams, which helps us understand what other people in the value chain want and hope to achieve that. But we know from all the work we've done that there's no free lunch with barriers. They produce some sort of residue. It's either solid or it's a colloid or it's a solution. And that causes yield loss to the paper mills. We think that providing and supplying a product or a material that they can harness into biogas is better than burning solid waste.
Okay.
So, in summary, done.
Perfect.
In summary, thank you very much for this, I've said award, but recognition, whatever it is, and the opportunity to tell you a little about it, about hydropole. We believe it could significantly add to the circularity of barrier packaging, our project and the material evolving with the support and help of others, some of whom appear here. And our ambition remains to deliver barrier properties for fibre-based food packaging that support circularity but don't damage the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I love it. This is what I love about success stories, is you just get to find out, as the average Joe that I am, about all these brilliant, literally, innovations and technologies that you as a consumer completely take for granted because you have no clue what's at stake. Thank you very much. I think you should get an award. I love that for this award. I think you should thank for an award. Okay, over to both these ladies. SIG Terra Alu-Free Full Barrier. So we have Christina Schultz here, Circularity and Recycling Manager Europe, and Sonia Bischoff, Food Chemist in Packaging Development Department. Just 3 or 4 sentences on each of you before you can take the stand.
Yes, as you mentioned, I'm Christina Schulz, and I'm with SIG now for 2 years. And I work during the day to ensure the circularity of the beverage carton. And this within our association, within Forever Green, with standardization processes, so to ensure that the beverage carton will be fully recyclable in the future as well.
A lot of demand as well, I think, because a lot of consumer knowledge about about that, I think, in all of this packaging story and packaging waste story. Over to you. You can share a mic.
No, now it works. Yeah, so first of all, I have to correct the slide. Actually, food chemist in the development department was my first job at SIG when I joined 14 years ago. But since 3 years now, I'm in the global corporate responsibility department, shaping the sustainability strategy of our company. So dealing with implementation of circularity guidelines into our innovation processes, dealing with life cycle assessments, carbon footprint, EU taxonomy, so everything on climate and so on. Yeah, a little bit food is still in my business, so I'm also shaping our food positive strategy, just to name some tasks.
Do you want to share that? Does one of you want to take a microphone? Or are you presenting from, yeah, you're presenting here. You have no more than 6 minutes to dazzle the crowd and keep them with us.
We will keep it short and crisp. And by the way, we do not have any more slides than this, so you can just focus on us. First of all, of course, also thank you for voting for us, and of course we are honored to present you our latest innovation, our Terra alu-free full barrier solution, which has two main benefits beside the fact that it is alu-free and offers a full barrier performance for packing juices, nectars, all liquid dairy stuff, including plant-based milk alternatives. So first benefit is, of course, and I mentioned life cycle assessment is one of my businesses. So of course, if you take the aluminum foil out of an aseptic pack, we can cut our carbon footprint to a high extent, let's say. And the second one, and of course this might be the main reason why we are voted for the circularity design success story, is that of course taking the alu foil out is also enhancing circularity by optimizing and having an easier structure for recycling. So you do not have to separate 3 materials from each other, but only 2. So first coming a little bit on the LCA performance, yeah. So our carbon footprint, of course, you might not know, but our beverage carton already outperforms other substrates like HDPE or PET or glass bottles. So, but of course, when taking out the aluminum foil as the most energy intensive part of our packaging, we can further reduce the carbon footprint. And we do this since long, but to be honest, our first alu-free solution already since 12 years now in the market has, let's say, one restriction, because it is fit for purpose for the UHT plain milk, but not for, let's say, very oxygen sensitive products. And therefore we have to come up with a new solution, and this is now a product that can, of course, our customers use to enlarge their alu-free beverage portfolio. So here we really can say we can benefit towards the LCA footprint or carbon footprint, and well, what it means regarding circularity and recycling, Christina will present.
Thank you, Sonja. Yeah, just like all our other SIG beverage carton with standard structures with aluminium, the Terra alu-free full barrier is designed to be fully recyclable and to keep the material in circulation. It is aligned with Design for Recycling guideline, for example, ACE, but for sure with the Forever Green Circularity by Design guideline. The findings, the internal testings and the assessments found the way back as well in the Forever Green guideline to optimize it. So I can confirm that our R&D colleagues do work with the Forever Green guideline, and they use the deliverables The full pack and the full structure is compatible with near-infrared sorting, and we do have a certification of the Institute Cyclus HDP, which confirms the recyclability in specialized mills for the fiber recycling, and as well the recycling in the poly-eye recycling plants to keep the material in circulation. So the Terra Alu-free full barrier is designed for circularity, and I would like to thank as well for Evergreen to acknowledge this, this success story, so thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm saving questions for afterwards, but just a quick one coming in here. Picking up on what Arnas had said when he said, you know, explaining what I do, you know, to my mates down the pub or in a wine bar. I'm enthusiastic, non-expert, because I'm a moderator, but it's also my personality. Do your mates have a clue about what you do?
I have to explain.
You have to explain. Are they interested when you explain?
Yes, they are.
Yeah?
Well, I am lucky. I started to know my husband at our company, so he's a direct colleague. But of course, to be honest, I have 2 teenage girls, and they do know more about recycling than most of the other pupils in their class.
Okay.
I take care of.
Okay. Well, I love that. Was quite, I take care of that. That's like that's gonna happen. Thank you very much. I'm going to move on now to Neil Whittle, who was very kind to join the speaker meeting before this from his holiday. Very impressive. He is head of sustainability at Huhtamaki, going to talk about the Cup Collective. Tell us, who are you? Who are you?
Who am I? It's a good question. So, good afternoon, Neil Whittle. I work for Huhtamaki, which is a global packaging company that some of you may know. In this context, I'm working with a team of people on the Cup Collective and our partner programs, and looking forward to just telling you a little bit and engaging you with what we do.
Perfect. And even though I've made you all conscious of time, you are allowed to speak a little bit more slowly. For the
I will try. It is always been one of my things.
It's a challenge, isn't it? I know that, especially if you are very passionate and proud about something. Do you want to present from here or there? And I think you have a video in your presentation, do you?
I do, which means we will have to move at a pace.
Oh, okay. Is it a long video? Is it?
No, it's 1 minute out of my 6. Ooh. So, given the work that we've done on that. Anyway, yes, great to be here today. On the Cup Collective, and thank you for the opportunity on behalf of all of the people involved in the Cup Collective and the partner programs within there. The partners here, in terms of Huhtamaki, Stora Enso, Seda International Packaging, and McDonald's, really have formed a voluntary arrangement to go forward with looking at developing a platform, an approach into recycling and design systems that can be filtered across markets and replicated there, often in very unique on-the-go environments in terms of it. One thing here is all the supply chain. It has to be. It has to be everybody involved, otherwise you can't move the goods from A to B. Okay? So what we want to do is make cup recycling a norm. And in this, we've been looking at how we design the system, proven systems that work, segregation at source, which in this instance works extremely well, and then data-driven in there, so that people understand what they're doing in their own businesses to look at the success rates that they can achieve. But it is a complex marketplace within there. Oops, I wanted to go back one there, which I've just done. Can I do that?
Oh, you want to go back?
Yes, please. Right, there we go. Yep. Okay. So just looking at some of those examples of it, of how the Cup Collective works as a kind of umbrella, we've got systems which is things like where the Cup Collective has activated its own programs. It's working in markets like Belgium, if you're going through into Brussels, into some of the sites there, through into Dublin, and working with partners throughout the Netherlands as well. We work with McDonald's, who have set up a range of multiple EU market schemes that have been incredibly successful at collecting materials, including testing out multi-product ones, not just cups, but other fibre-based products as well within there. and then turning them into valuable products like graphic paper, books, etc. within there. And then also programs like It's Your Part in Germany, a pilot schemes that have been set up through events, through festivals within there, and looking at how we can expand that through. So really what we want to do now is really push forward on how we implement these systems in. Segregation at source has been very successful. We use things like these collection bins. I saw a note on there, highly visual. Catch people's eyes, bring the consumer into the game, because they're one of the most important people within this to be able to engage in the program, and we'll touch on that in just a moment through there. So a lot of work gone on with that segregation and the source within it, but let's just remind ourselves one of the reasons here. Paper cups and fibre-based packaging is being miscommunicated. It's misunderstood. We know that if you recycle, the carbon footprint of those products goes down significantly. And one of the reports that we've got in there was showing 68%. I'm sorry, I may speak too fast still. Okay. In QSRs, we know from the Ramble report that was there, then using single-use systems is actually beneficial. So some of this is being misunderstood. There's ideology coming into this in some ways, and we need science-based data behind, because it shows that paper-based systems can consume 3.54 times less water and 2.8 times less CO2 within there. So we've got to bring science and data into this argument as well. Okay. So how does this fit into Forever Green? All of these things, circularity by design. The industry's working towards best practice within those ones. It has to in many ways, because the pressures within finance and cost, etc., are there for us. Recyclability evaluation protocol, our products fit that extremely well, extremely well. And then the guidance on the improved collection and sorting, as we move into next year, we'll see further work in work stream 3 on-the-go situations within there. So as we tuck into that, I'd just like to show you this 1-minute video, which is the work that's been taking place in Dublin. It has partners in there, which is Apple Green, Bewley's, Butlers, Insomnia Coffee and McDonald's, along with our collection waste manager partner, Panda, who are the biggest waste operator in Ireland. I think this is really exciting. But it doesn't end here. What we want to do is say, the slogan is, no cup is left behind. Okay? So we're looking to expand, and what we want is your engagement in that. So we want people to talk to us. Consumer reaction is fantastic. The brands love it because people come out and they highlight on social media the work that's taking place. There was another one from a short TikTok video, if any of you use TikTok, from Brussels, where about a 20-second clip was viewed over 13 million times and 800,000 likes of one of the branches and the installations that were in Brussels itself. So what we want to do is expand on that, bring that forward to people. So as we move towards the end of it, what do we want to do? We want you to participate. We want you to contact us. Feel free to contact us on the cupcollective.eu. We've got our Instagram and our LinkedIn accounts within there, and then the team that have been working around this, and all the team that have been involved in this, that's right the way throughout the supply chain, have just been absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much indeed for your time. The last part was, it was a bit of a shock putting a suit on today, I have to say
Was
that
it?
much. Yeah.
Are you going to steal the donga?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so. Where do you show that video, apart from on the website? Where does it go? Is it normally for presentations? Where do you show it?
No, it'll be going out on social media.
Okay, yeah. Okay, perfect. All right, so we're going to turn now to Martin Schröder, who is Managing Director at Fachverband Kartonverpackung für flüssige Nahrungsmittel. Is it okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I could
FKN.
translate if you want to. Yes.
FKN, feel
FK
free. Carton
FK
packaging for, I can't remember flüssige.
It's the German Association for Beverage Cartons. This is the Fachverband.
Thank you.
I'm managing director since July this year, so fairly new to the industry, and my job is basically the job of an interpreter, because I need to explain to policymakers what the beverage carton industry thinks, wishes for, and does, and maybe convince them a little bit that the use of beverage cartons is ecologically beneficial.
Okay.
So this is what I do. And now I'm going up there.
Yes, please. Let's see if you'll get a round of applause as well at the end. I'm setting the bar very high.
All right.
I'm sure you will. Okay, your time starts now. Tell us more.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, thank you for having me. Thank you for receiving the award for Circular Success Story. Actually, this is not my award, but I take it on behalf of the companies that are investing in Palurec, namely Elopak, SIG, and Tetra Pak. They have invested more than 8 million euros in the recycling plant up to now, and it started in 2021. So what do we do at Palurec? In order to understand this, I think it is useful to take a look at the different components of the beverage carton. There are three main components. 3/4 of the beverage carton is carton, and carton is being recycled for quite some years now, and we have a good practice there. But the other components are plastic, polyethylene, and aluminum, and we are finding a solution for the recycling of these components. Just to give you a quick overview on how the beverage carton industry works in Germany, just very quickly, really, I am the maybe tall mother of two daughters. The FKN owns two companies that deal with recycling, and what I would like you to remember is that we take producer responsibility very seriously and have given a lot of thought into the recycling of beverage cartons ever since the beginning of the 90s. So Rekarton was established in 1991 to take care of used beverage cartons and to collect and sort and recycle beverage cartons. The beverage cartons are brought into the paper mills, and the fiber part of the beverage cartons is recycled there. And what we get as a leftover is the polyal reject that are going into Palurec right now. What is the main challenge that Palurec wants to address? It's of course promoting and ensuring the high quality recycling of used beverage cartons. It's an endeavor to further raise the recyclability of the packaging, and it's also one aim is to produce marketable recyclates, to put them back into the production process. And of course, like any company, we want to be successful in a difficult market environment. Difficult because, as you know, in the last year with the rising energy prices and paper mills economic problems and shutdowns. It was not always easy, but we're doing good. Now, what did we do and how did we do it? We wanted to keep it as simple as possible and not invent any rocket science, so we drew on the experiences from plastic recycling. So the Palurec plant combines the already established aggregates from plastic processing into a new type of plant concept. And we have good preconditions at Palurec because we have an input material that has consistent quality. That's due to the fact that one big paper mill is in close proximity to the Palurec plant site. And of course, the German packaging law and its recycling quotas help us as well, because in the German packaging law, we have a recycling quota for beverage cartons alone. So we get a stable flow of input material. It is mechanical recycling, not chemical recycling. So the separating medium that we use there is water and no solvents are used. Yeah, and Palurec is the first of its kind to produce marketable recyclates. That's LDPE, HDPE, and alu recyclates. Before we had Palurec, we needed to deal with the polyol rejects and basically used it as a substitute for fossil fuels in cement plants. Now we are able to make valuable material out of that. We are replacing virgin materials. Once again, it's another expression of the living producer responsibility in Germany. And of course, it's a contribution to the full circularity of used beverage cartons. What are our products? As you can see, the products from our granulates can be integrated into valuable solutions such as pallets, cable reels, roof panels, and many more, such as molded applications and compounding. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Did I hear you right? Did you call yourself the tall mother of two daughters?
Yeah.
Oh, good. I was just wondering if I'd suddenly gone off into another universe there, walked through a portal. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And look, thank you very much at the end of that. Let me leave enough time for Nick Thompson, who is a Material Development Director at DS Smith, to talk about his fantastic circularity success story. Do you walk the dog? Do you explain things to friends? What do you do in your day job?
When you find out, please let me know. No, I do walk the dog.
You do walk the dog?
I do, yes.
Yep.
Yep, so I'm going to stand if I may.
You can.
I'm going to move the chair out of the way.
Oh, are you not going to come here? Are you going to stand there?
I'm going to stand here. I'm going to break the norm, because everybody's necks are looking over that way, so I'm going to make you look over this way.
Do you need me to do any thinging or not?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay.
Or you can pass it along.
There we go. All right, thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you, Kat. Before we start, you did promise me a bottle of champagne.
What was it for?
I have no idea, but you promised me it.
Shit, I did. I did, he's right.
You did.
He's so right. Yeah, but what for? Yeah. Ha, then it doesn't count. If you can't tell me what for, sorry. But I did.
So before I speak, does everybody here know the person on the left or the right of them? Just say hello if you don't. Say hello if you do. Just want to break the movement of just looking at a screen for a moment. All right. So now I can introduce myself. Nick Thompson, Materials Development Director at DS Smith. What does that mean? Well, I'm a chemist by background, and chemistry is in everything that we do. It's the interactions that you have between you gets chemicals working around in your brain. Water is a very important resource, and looking after water and the chemistry of the process in recycling and paper making, also something really important. But what we're looking at is, as well, with recycling and through Forever Green, through today is looking at fibre and where that fibre journey goes through. So if you would, please. Part of what we're doing at DS Smith is trying to redefine packaging in this changing world. And I think we all agree that packaging has an important part to play. But more than that, this world that we are in is changing at a rapid pace. And the changes in policy, the changes in the way that we work, the way that we interact, the way that the man on the street receives packaging and recycles packaging is changing on a very regular basis. And in DS Smith, as one of the largest and leading packaging, fibre-based packaging producers, we're looking at solutions for our customers. And we're also looking at what can we do with those fibres coming back in. We're the leading recycler of fibre-based products across Europe as well. And it's really important that we look after every fibre. So part of our journey, please visit the website, is redefining packaging for a changing world. Next one. But starting that journey from the fibre, coming back in to the paper mill, from the paper mill into packaging, trying to design in packaging right from the beginning, the recyclability and the end of life with that. So looking at circular design principles is really key. Making sure that we take into consideration what happens to those fibres as they go through that stream. And one of the things that we decided to do in DS Smith, through the discussions with Forever Green and with CEPI, was looking at how do we measure the recyclability of products that we're putting out on the market for the big brands. So what we did was have a little look into what was happening in the recyclability. So next slide, please. Looking at current trends, now these are old numbers, so please don't quote me on the 81.5, which I did put down on the thing down earlier, because I remembered 81.5 in the presentation. The overall trend in recycling of fibre-based packaging is dangerously looking to go down, which is not good. So I thought I would take a moment today to try and demystify one or two things. So I'm going to try and polarize the audience with my next slide. Pizza and pineapple. Do they belong together?
No.
Any yeses? I'm there with you. I'm there with you. I've got a sweet tooth. No, I tell a lie. I don't have a sweet tooth. I have a whole mouthful of sweet teeth. I love a bit of pineapple on my pizza. What do you do with your pizza box after you've eaten your pizza, with pineapple or not? Next slide. Well, you could repurpose it into a football. One of our teams decided to do that. I don't think the football lasted very long, but you could smell where it had gone, and all the dogs in the neighborhood chased it. You could put it into one of the millions of boxes for recycling. Which bin does it go in? So I'd like to ask you, which bin does the pizza box go in? Hands up for general waste. Yeah, there's a few hands. Hands up for recycling. Yeah. Hands up for haven't a clue. Good, you're honest. Thank you. Thank you. Well, we asked the local authorities around in the UK, where I'm based, and thanks to our recycling team who did this little survey, just click on. The local authorities, so red is put in general waste. Is pizza box, I couldn't remember what PB was, is pizza box acceptable in recycling? Red was no. Green, the smallest part, was yes. And the grey bit, they didn't know. So if you look at that next little graph as well, so general waste was the most advised bin for pizza boxes. So what's the right answer? Recycling. It's fibre. It's got some grease on it. that's okay. As long as it doesn't have 3D material, i.e. chunks of pizza and cheese and maybe even pineapple left on, nobody would leave pineapple on there, you're going to eat the whole lot. But as long as it doesn't have 3D food on it, into the recycling. Now, local authorities are advising people what to do. So if things are not in place, the system is not in place, that labeling, understanding is not clear, we are not going to get a message across. So no matter what we design into the packaging and recycling, that messaging has to go with it so that it is clear where to put a recyclable material or where to put a non-recyclable material. Now, at DS Smith, we try and take this really seriously. I'm trying not to go over my 6 minutes. It depends when you started.
Kill me if I don't at 5:30. Go on.
So this was our investment in the Fibre and Paper Development Laboratory, which is based in Kemsley Mill. We have all the kits there for recyclability, and what we start to do is take our customers through this journey. So click on. And we have customers in to look through the recyclability testing. So we adopted the Forever Green methodology, had a look through that, compared it to the other methodologies out there, and then we take our customers through this to try and help them understand where can they improve the recyclability of the packaging there. So this was part of the journey, and this is where we won this wonderful, prestigious award, which I have no bottle of champagne for, or a trophy, but that's okay. But it's also part of the story of what we stand for at DS Smith, that we try and see where we can make a real difference in the world. So our now and next sustainability strategy, we a few years ago looked at, or 2 years ago, looked at, could we take 1 billion pieces of problematic plastic off supermarket shelves, and we are so well on that journey with so many of the supermarkets already, and we're ready for what's next. So thank you very much. Hopefully that's kept you on your toes. We'll see you later.
Thank you. I, again, am some freaky fanatic. I remove all the leftover cheese before I do it, but, you know, it's really not a nice job, but yeah, well, yeah, I try and uncontaminate it as much as possible. I'm going to do a very unorthodox, unethical, and unfair thing. I'm not going to ask you any questions. Why? Because I've got to read the energy also in the room, and we do have a final speech from the Commission. So with your blessing, I'm going to move on, because it's a long event, and these good people, I think, could air their brains. You've been delightful. You are all brilliant, and honestly, it always cheers me to see the kind of amazingness of human endeavour. If we could just avoid all the shit stuff we do, it would just be wonderful, wouldn't it? Because seriously, look at the fabulous stuff that we can come up with, either individually or collaboratively. You've been brilliant. It is the toughest slot. Can you give a very warm round of applause to these great success stories? Thank you so very much. When you leave the stage, do it with caution, because you might find it easier here, or you have to step sideways there. It's not very robust. And I did want to add that these good people, for all of you in the audience who want to find out more or who might have had questions that we didn't have time for everybody online, again, I'm not sure where I'm looking camera-wise, but for everybody online, if you do have questions and you want to find out more about those or any of the 22 success stories in the report, please do get in touch with Forever Green, and they will put you in touch with those orchestrators of those brilliant success stories, because that's what it's all about. And I really loved the fact at the end there with DS Smith that you are bringing the average consumer right into the process so that they can have a look. Okay, so last words now. It is with pleasure, I hope. Are you in the house? I didn't even see if our gentleman is in the house yet. That I invite to the stage from, you are there. I last saw you at Green Week. What a pleasure to have you here. I invite to the stage from the European Commission, DG Environment, the Director, Circular Economy, Aurel Ciobanu-Dordea. For some closing words, please come and join me. Thank you. Be careful. If I may, I'm going to stay on the stage and listen in.
Yes,
Thank
please.
you so much.
Good evening. Thank you very much for inviting me to this very entertaining event. Indeed, I arrived about a half an hour ago, and I must say I enjoyed a lot the practical examples I was hearing about. And that you were presenting. Maybe a few words, not too long ones. I don't want to stand between you and the drinks at the end of the afternoon. I think in terms of Circular Economy Action Plan, we have managed to go a long way over the past 4 years, but because you are dealing with packaging essentially and fiber-based packaging, one of the most important deliverables of the action plan was the proposal for a regulation on packaging and packaging waste. You are very familiar because a lot of you are engaged in lobbying the Parliament and the Member States and the Commission about the end game of the provisions of this regulation. You are aware of what is at stake there, and you are aware also of the concerns that we, the Commission, have, public authorities across the European Union have, consumer organizations and citizens have, and that we would like to see in the future not only enshrined in the letter of the regulation, but also in the daily practice around us, in shops, in transport, in the manufacturing. We want to see less packaging, first of all, so avoiding packaging. It's very important because if we look at the dynamics of the packaging waste over the past decade, we have seen a steep increase of this type of waste. But packaging, avoiding packaging, you will say, will take you out of business. So what about the packaging that cannot be avoided? We would like to see packaging minimization and, of course, simplification. And you have a lot of good examples in this respect. And this is what make your community and industrial, let's say, community so attractive, and professional community so attractive, because you are capable to innovate and to respond pretty fast to the expectations of the consumers, of the users of packaging, and of the regulators. And we have seen miracles achieved over the past, even over the past year, in terms of packaging minimization and packaging simplification, the simplification of structure. We would like to see innovation at work, and we have seen also this at work, in getting rid of plastic as much as possible, and improving the collection and recycling rates. And one of the issues which is at stake in the discussions about the regulation, in the legislative negotiations, is how to make sure that where single-use packaging is maintained, proper, functional, effective systems of separate collection for recycling are also in place in order to avoid the loss of this type of packaging. And of course, we want to see the avoidance as much as possible of the use of substances of concern in the different types of packaging, and I've been mindful of the few examples that you have presented here, also showing this. So we are optimistic that together we will be able to make it work once this legislative proposal will be adopted by the European Parliament and by the Council. And indeed, we count on remaining engaged with you. For the future, there will be implementing legislation under this regulation, which will have to be adopted by the Commission often,
over the next 5-7 years until the end of the decade. And we do not assume that we have all the solutions, that we know everything. We assume that we need to remain engaged with the industry and also with the consumer organizations and with the environmental organizations as well, in order to find solutions that are practicable, that are economically efficient, but also that meet the expectations of sustainability, meet the expectations of the citizens, consumers. And actually, this is what it is about in this type of regulatory initiatives, striking a balance between different legitimate public interests. Your interests as economic operators, but also the expectations and desires of consumers to see less waste and less destruction or consumption of biodiversity, a smaller environmental footprint. And because you are indeed in a business, in a line of business which relies a lot on natural fiber, this inevitably has an environmental footprint on the forests and on biodiversity. So we would like to see a fair account being given by you and by your professional organizations about the environmental footprint of your activities, of your types of packaging, because transparency and the reliability of figures is what will lead to better policy making and to better regulatory solutions. Not competition between different accounts based on slightly diverging statistical evidence. And I can admit here that the competition, the Commission itself has engaged in this competition as well. So we should aim in the next years, because I think this is really important for the cohesion. It's a contribution to the cohesion of the public discourse around this. We should engage in a convergence and in getting together around the same facts and figures for better solutions. So thanks a lot for your activity and for your engagement with us and with the other political institutions of the European Union. And I think we have good hopes for a good solution, maybe in a few months' time, in any case, before the closure of this European Parliament. So I wish you good luck in your activity and the capacity to continue to innovate and to stay on the wave of expectations of the public and of the public authorities as well. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. And I might say that they will be happy to hear, I will say this as the moderator, having been here listening to these conversations since 1:30, that this sector wants and is willing to have more engagement with you. That is a very clear message. Even, I think there was a talk, I think you said, Sarah, even in the implementing legislation, please, please, please keep industry as a part of these conversations. And we've met before, actually, at Green Week. And for me, as somebody very privileged to have conversations with all sorts of different sectors, I am very taken, very captivated by how diligent this sector is. I mean, really. And I think there was some conversation about, the PPWR. It ain't going to be an easy ride. So I think that they will be very happy to hear that you are asking for further engagement, and I think there will be a response from that side. I would say, first of all, can we just do a poll, and then I'm just going to do a last round of thanks, and then I promise I'm going to release you, but thank you so much for taking the time to be with us. It is much, much appreciated that you did and that you came right at the end of a day. and on a Monday as well. Can we just do a last poll, please? Let's see if the technology is still on our side and nothing collapses. Chiara's putting her finger up. At least let's have a sense of what you take away or how you feel when you leave these discussions. I should have actually put overdosed on cake there, probably, but we'll leave it with overdosed on coffee. It could be all of those, or none of those, or some of those, but for you, mostly, is it more knowledgeable? Is it super inspired, impressed by the speakers? Is it a commitment to using the Forever Green guidelines? Are you better networked? Let's just leave it to settle momentarily. More knowledgeable and informed, which I think a lot of you in the opening poll came for, to understand more about the policy and the other drivers that are impacting the sector and pulling it on the path. And still motivated and inspired. Okay, I think a good result there, Suzanne. No? Not bad. All right, I will say, I think Neil articulated it very well. Those stories, they're brilliant. That's a real touch point with the consumer. And when I try and think for myself, you use the word public discourse. You will know, I mean, lots of topics go through. We had marine litter, lots on that, beach cleaning, single-use plastic, electric vehicles. You've got lots of things that kind of come in and out, trends in this arena. This is such a fabulous touch point, is it not? Packaging, recyclability, and everything around it. There are some brilliant stories. I know it's very difficult to cut through the noise, but these are good stories, and they get right to the heart of things with the consumer. So my urging would be get those stories out there, because they are powerful. Then you will have lots of excited puppies like me amongst the average consumer. And on that note, can I thank warmly all of our speakers for their brilliance. I know you could have said a lot more, and I know I said to you, listen, you can't. So could you give very warm applause to these people who downloaded but a fraction of their brilliant brains? You were very good. And thank you so much. Thank you, Suzanne. You've been a real driving force behind this event, Suzanne Hauser. So I think you should have a very warm round of applause as well. From the content, organizational, and technical front, Chiara, thank you. And to your team at Logos, can I thank the technical people? Not the easiest venue with all of that sound, but thank you to the technicians for keeping the lights on and things rolling. And of course, warm thanks to all of you good people and all of you who are still with us online for turning up and tuning in. There's a lot of listening, and it's the end of the season in Brussels, and you must be very, very tired. But I will say, I did start moderating around circular economy and all of this area, circularity, around 8-9 years ago. And I definitely think that it's broken out of the Brussels bubble. I can actually mention this to friends when I go back home to the UK, and there is that knowledge. So I think it is getting out there, certainly. It was an absolute pleasure to be amongst you. I certainly learned a lot. Very importantly, from a logistics point of view, can you please hang on to your badges? You absolutely need your badges for the next few days. If you're not members of Forever Green, of the Alliance yet, come on. I don't think you need to be persuaded, seriously. And please use the toolbox. Please take the report home. Please download it. Very, very important. There's no point in them doing all this work if it's not used. And apart from that, very good luck. I mean, the path ahead, there's a lot to do, but I wish you much luck in your ongoing endeavors, and of course, a very good restful/party end of the year. Okay, so thank you very much to all of you. It was a pleasure. You are released, and you online are released. Thank you so much.